Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Tawana. We got Anton. We got myself, J.I.
What's up, fellas?
Going on? How you doing?
Good.
You doing good? I see that smile is bright. The teeth is white.
y'all looking good today, both of y'all. I was like, okay, look at y'all making me proud.
I appreciate it. It's a special night every Thursday.
Is it? Oh, yes, that is. I thought it was something special. I thought you were saying.
What's going on, Anton?
Well, motion, fam. Same old.
Kind of what you got on today?
Same one as last time. Just a sub. Keeping it light.
Okay. Light work. All right, you guys, before we get started, I want to bring the guests up. We got Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney.
How you doing, Courtney?
Hello.
We also have Rhea.
What's
going on, Rhea? How you doing? And our last one, we got Nick.
Hello.
Hey, Nick, you there? Can you hear us? Oh, we can't hear you. You on mute?
I might want to unmute. Hi.
Yeah, you might want to unmute. All these ladies, like it's ladies' night.
Finally.
How y'all doing? Y'all ready?
Let's get it.
Okay.
Very ready. Mm-hmm.
That's what's up.
Yes.
Give me 1 second. Better. All right, our first topic. Well, first, before we get started, let's get these likes up. You guys are watching right now. Make sure you get the likes up. Make sure you guys are sharing as well. It's going to be a great show tonight. We want to make sure that people do not miss it. Our first topic of the night. Before we get started with the topic, this whole night is really dedicated to Derrick Jackson and his wife. So all of the topics of the night are surrounding that topic. And it seems like each day it just seems to get juicier and juicier. But because they are in the light, we enjoy it. So we're definitely going to talk about it. I had no idea who this guy was by his name. I've seen him before on YouTube, came across his video maybe about once or twice, and I don't really like what he was saying, so I just skipped the video. It wasn't until me, Anton, and Tawana in the group, through messaging, and Anton said, "Yo, you heard about Derrick Jackson?" I said, "Who? Who is this?" So Anton and Tawana had to, walk me through who this guy was, and once I pulled up the video, I was actually able to see who it was. We're getting some feedback. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you get feedback.
Yeah. I'm not really sure. We don't have the YouTube turned down. All right, I appreciate that. Sorry, that's what happened when you go live. You never know what you're going to get, but we're going to keep the show rolling. Yeah, as I was saying, Anton and Tawana had to put me on game to who he was. And our first topic of the night is women should play their position because high-value men cheat. Women should play their position because high-value men cheat. The reason why this is a topic because I think that a lot of women don't seem to understand that when you have a high-value man, that they are separate from the pack. They are unique. They are not like the men that you normally would date. And with that, you have to understand that they get a lot of attention. They get a lot of compliments. They get a lot of smiles, a lot of flirts. Not to discredit the other people that's just regular average, but high-value men are on the island alone. So this first topic is women need to play their role because high-value men cheat. I'm going to start off with you, Tawana. How you feel about that?
I feel like it's ridiculous and insane that we've discussed this. But here you go. I'll talk about it because let me say this. Now, more than ever, I understand the damn feminist movement because there's no way I'm going to let somebody take care of me and cheat on me my whole damn life. No. So I'm done with that. That's a crazy. I'm so happy that women are not financially dependent on men and can take care of themselves and do not have to be like, oh, I have to deal with this type of behavior and for us to justify that. The thing is, men say that marriage is a partnership or a business. Why in the heck would you want to cheat on your business partner? That's somebody that you should be the most loyal to, the most faithful to. And so I don't get that whole entire statement. But I will say this, that I don't feel like, I feel like if men continue to think like that, I don't care if you high value or not, that's why marriage rates will continue to increase. Anton, you can put your hats on all you want, but the marriage rates are increasing. And men have told me themselves that women are the ones filing, and the women are filing because they are not going to just be cheated on and disrespected. So you guys better start thinking about another way to act in your marriage. And there's no way that I'm going to be like, yeah, I understand that high value men have access to more women. I am not disputing that fact. I am not saying that there isn't a different level of, pretty much men with high earners, they can take women out a little bit more. They can spend a little bit more on women. They have a lot of more women than maybe the average man, like you said, JR. I'm not disputing any of that. But to tell women that they need to play their position because this is inevitable and this is how it's going to be is the part that I got a problem with. And I feel like that is exactly why women do not want to be 100% dependent on men. And this is exactly why you have this divide. This is exactly why there's this tussle for, competition between men and women. And this is why, people are not partnering because people are not going to tolerate that behavior. So
who is people? Women?
Women. No, women's not going to just be sitting around getting cheated on because you got money. I'm sorry. Like, some women do it. And some women tolerate it for years and years and years. And that's a special type of woman. You better praise her name because a lot of women file for divorce, as you can see. Marriage rates are increasing and they're going to continue to increase if men continue to think like that. And that's just my humble opinion about that.
Okay. Nick, women need to play their position because high value men cheat. You agree?
Yep. Let me tell you why.
Really?
If you don't want to play, then don't get in the ring. You understand? I had to listen to Kevin Samuels and take my feelings about that man out and listen to what he said, and he absolutely right. When you put yourself in a market for a man that almost all women want, and you're offering the same thing that all women are offering, what separates you to make you think that he's going to be faithful to only you? What separates you to make you think that your pussy is the best that's going to make him from the other 3-6 sitting that's being at his door? What making you different? What's making you different? So now you have to say, I'm about to date this man. This is the man I'm about to date. I know what comes with this man. Is you going to cry over fries or you going to cry in Paris? Because you going to cry, baby, if you deal with this type of man. So where you going to cry at if you deal with this type of man? This is the type of man that if you deal with, if you know he got a record, right? You know this man is known for being a player, right? Let's take Future for a second. We could talk shit about Future all day long, right? But these women know what they're getting into when they talk to Future. You understand what I'm saying? They know it comes with AP watches. They know it comes with trips. They know it comes with all of that. So they don't give a fuck about what you're talking about. You understand? Because they are being paid to play. They are being paid to play. And they play well, okay? Until they get replaced. And now they want to complain about what they agreed to in the first place, okay? That's a whole different subject. You can't complain about something you agreed to, okay? Can't do that. Can't be the victim, right? After you agreed that this was a part you was gonna play. So now he replaced you because you gotta understand somebody better gonna come for you, especially if you get comfortable. Because this position ain't a permanent one. Not with him, it ain't permanent, right? So that's why when people talk about Beyonce and her saying and they saying this, I respect her for that because what she did was put that nigga on blast. what she said was, this is a private woman, right? Who is on the same level as this man, right? So it ain't like he cheating because she don't got it, right? Or she underneath, she beautiful. So it ain't like she ugly, right? Or none of that. That's just in his nature of what he do, right? But she letting him know that I really don't need you. We together. So I'm a private person, but I made a whole fucking album to let everybody know you do that shit again and you gonna lose me. So I'm letting people know in the beginning, if I leave you, they know why. It ain't gonna be no scandal. It's coming straight from my. If you listen to her album, she letting that nigga know all jump. You got one more time to fuck with me, and then that's it. And we not and we done with it. That's Beyonce. The average woman ain't Beyonce, okay? So she gonna sit there and she gonna take a lot of shit because guess what? This bitch know in 3 weeks she going to Italy. While you talking shit in your Honda, she crying, racking up bags. That means more to her. You gotta understand the woman that you talking about first. Okay, everybody ain't the same, right? So everybody hustle is different. Sometimes that's that woman's hustle. That's that woman's hustle, right? Her hustle is that she never want to work.
Man.
If she never want to work, who's she about to go to? So she know the game when she walking in.
I'm so happy I went to college.
He about to take care of me.
I'm
So if I
happy
gotta turn the other
cheek,
I'll turn the other cheek. So all I'm saying is when you get in the arena with certain people, understand what you're about to play, right?
Okay.
Understand the opponent that you're about to play. Right, and you're about to be put in a competition. Understand that you can play.
Hey, Tawana, I know if you're trying to say something. Were you trying to say something?
That's so disgusting to me. I'm so happy I went to college and got my own degree and job because they know damn way.
Wow. I wouldn't personally do it. I understand this is not saying for me.
I do understand.
I wouldn't personally do it.
That there are women who do this. I understand, but should women play their position because high value man cheat? Hell no. Okay, that's
hell
why,
yeah. If you
that's why Beyonce have her own shit because she told him if you listen. I'm not saying that people don't cheat. I didn't say that. Of course, people cheat. Of course, all men cheat. High value, low value, poor, rich. A lot of people cheat, right? Mm-hmm. So that is not the discussion. I know that people cheat, and I agree with that. But do I think that you should behave a certain way and tolerate certain behavior because a man has money? Hell no, I don't believe that.
But if he brings this to you in the beginning,
you better ride your fucking Honda and be happy that you're not getting cheated on and disrespected. Yeah, you damn right. You better do that. That's
right. But then you have to stay in that wheelhouse.
That's right.
That's all I'm saying.
Well,
you
then
have to stay in that wheelhouse.
Tell women that to stay in that house.
But what I'm saying is that if you don't want to, if this is the type of man that you know that got pussy thrown at him all the time, and he got to catch his mitt, and he catching that shit, he's not blocking it whatsoever at all. And you know this about this man. See, a lot of y'all need to stop acting like y'all don't know this about these men that you walk into these relationships with. You know this about this man, and then when it comes to light, you act surprised because now you look stupid about what you accepted. That's the only thing. You look stupid now about what you accepted in private. That's it. So the ones that get the trips in the bag and that's bragging and taking the trips and all of that, when they finally get hurt, because now it's time for them to be replaced. Now they singing a sad story. They want everybody to hear how wrong they was, but you was cool when you was supposed to watch.
I'm gonna go to. It seemed like Nick said women need to play their position, and Tawana said they don't. So, Courtney, coming to you. Women should play their position because high value men cheat. Your thoughts?
Well, I agree with Nick, probably on maybe another level, and not even talking about Beyonce or Jay-Z. High value men, it is, I think a woman getting into a relationship with that particular man has to have an expectation of, hey, my man is 10% or less of the population of men. That makes him more desirable. that desirability of about 90% of women that are not only wanting him, aggressively wanting him. And it's not just women, it's the type of women that he can get now because he has access. He has access. He's gone, maybe taking trips. So therefore, he's probably not around you. He's working 16, 18-hour days. And so it's about understanding reality. I think a lot of times when men that are high value are dating their woman that might be number 1 or number 3, depending on, his purpose, he will let that lady know, hey, let's come up with a deal or a plan. Now, if I go to Brazil and I don't take you, you still taken care of, kids are good, bills are paid, you are sitting very nice in that mansion and you can do whatever you want. However, this might happen. That's what a lot of women have agreement with that. Marriages are different. And I think it was interesting to want to about you having a problem with the word position. You have a position.
No, I don't have a problem with the word position.
When you said women shouldn't play their position,
with everything that we telling women to do, but I don't have a problem with the word position. I understand that I have a position in my home, so I understand.
Absolutely. So your position, if you're getting with a man that is very, very small in a percentage, then you have to understand your position is you might have to look a blind eye, just as long as the man don't embarrass you, bring another child in it. You might
How
have
can you stop that? How can you stop that if you already turning a blind eye? You can't stop that.
You can because
you can by not dating him. Yeah, you absolutely can.
But they're saying that we're going to date them, and we're going to be in a position while we're dating.
Let me be very clear. There's rules of engagement with any kind of relationship. So if this man is telling you, I want to marry you, you are going to be taken care of, this might happen, not necessarily saying it will, then that's the rules of engagement. That's what you are getting yourself into. And you have to be okay with it if you want to marry him. Chris Rock said something profound. He always does. He's like, a man is only as faithful as his options. So men are telling you, and that's the issue. And I think I'm probably going to be saying this all night, is that women are not listening to men. They're telling you up front, I'm as faithful as my options. Now, okay. I'll say this and I'll let you talk to me. And Nick, my apologies. I'll let you. I am right now, and just to kind of break it down, with temptation. I'm trying to lose 20 pounds right now. So I took all the snacks and everything out my house because I don't have access to it. But best believe, if Lil Debbie came to my house throwing cupcakes, donuts at my house, knowing that that's a temptation for me, and it gets thrown at me, I don't even have to look for it, search for it. It's in my DMs. It's on my porch. It's sneaking into my hotel room. You gonna tell me you don't think I'm gonna take at least one? It's the accessibility to it. So you have to realize this particular man is at a level that every woman wants. That woman is gonna come looking like Rihanna.
One at a time.
That woman's gonna come looking like Rihanna. That woman's gonna come looking like Beyonce. So it's rules to engagement. You just have to be up and honest and open. You have a particular type of man, so you might have to move different. Now, if you don't want that, then get yourself some man that's middle class. They're amazing men, but you have to get a man that
or
beta, and he'll allow you to cheat.
Exactly.
High value men. Women cheat on high value men all the time.
Yes,
but the thing is, they don't care. They don't care because they chase the purpose.
High value men are not exempt from being cheated on.
High value men don't care if you cheat. Okay, so this is the thing, because you can be replaced. That's their mentality and their head. They don't care if you cheat. You're replaceable. You're expendable to them. They don't care that you cheat. That's not hurting their feelings because you tell them that you can cheat. That doesn't mean anything to them. They don't care. You replaceable and you a liability because you're talking reckless. So now you got to go. So you don't got to worry about cheating because you about to be dismissed. You don't even got to worry about that. So that's what I'm talking about. You got to understand the people that you can't go into something. What I had to learn is that sometimes us as women, we like to hear. We like to hear what we want to hear instead of what's being said some of the time. And this is the thing. these certain men, you do not have to associate yourself with to put yourself through that a level of stress if that's not what you want to do. Them women put themselves through that because of the benefits that come from it. Y'all are missing the benefits that come from it. They're not just sitting there doing it for no fucking reason. They get benefits from that. They get benefits that me and you not getting, sis. And even with me and you working, and I got a good fucking job, me and you working, it still ain't touching. I can't get up and go to Paris if I fucking feel like it. That nigga can fuck somebody else, and by tomorrow, she on a whole shopping spree in Italy, buying the shit up on a black card. I ain't doing that. If Rodney ass shit on me, I'm crying at McDonald's. You understand what I'm saying? He ain't taking me no fucking well. I'm crying at McDonald's. That's where I'm at with my shit. You understand? It's the difference that's in it. I choose to do it with Rodney. It's under my clout. And Ronnie, I thought Ronnie was going to keep it real with me. He not a high value man. He in the middle. But Ronnie got my motherfucking ass ordering a Happy Meal crying and shit because he cheating and shit on me. You know what I'm saying? At least if you cheating on me, can I be in a car embarrassed or some shit trying to learn what the motherfucker saying to me? All I'm
or you can do by yourself.
Stuff. That's all I'm saying. If I'm gonna put myself, me as a woman, if I'm gonna put myself in a position where I could possibly be embarrassed, right? So let's just be the real with it. Possibly be embarrassed because we see that happening all the time. If I can possibly know that I'm about to share, I'm about to get all of the fucking shit that I can get from this nigga. Do you understand me? I'm talking about all of it. Every time he fuck up, there goes a car, right? Because I ain't gonna be like
and so I'm coming to you. Coming to you
mess
next.
up. You finna get me.
This is why we have to be
so if I leave, you financially already set me. That's what I'm saying.
A lot of these women are not
doing. All right, ladies. I got to get Anton here.
You don't have to get me in. I'm here for moral support. I'm here for moral support. I think this is gonna be the easiest show that I've ever had in my entire life, bro. Just let me know when you want me to clean up the whole. You really want me to
Anton, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Women should play their position because high value men cheat. What are your thoughts?
High value man.
I mean, you already know. My life is real, so it is what it is. So I can relate. I can relate to the idea behind the access and the temptations and everything that comes along with having a certain level of resources. And then when you combine the fact that I'm a lot more visible because I have other channels and all of that other type of stuff, it's chicks in my DMs all day, every day. It's people throwing it at me all day, every day. And I think the biggest thing that people are not taking away from this whole conversation is that cheating is a rich man's game, right? Honestly, it's a rich man's game that poor dudes try to play. And when poor dudes try to play this game, they get punished hard because they cannot withstand what comes along with it. Because first of all, when you don't have resources, you're talking about a guy that a woman in most cases settled for, right? She took the best guy that she can get. It's hypergamy. So the guy that she really got all of the resources. He look a certain type of way. He dress a certain type of way. He got access because women don't work because they have to. They make the excuse and say that they enjoy what they do. As a result, it's almost like a consolation prize. Women want the option to work or not. They don't want to be required to work.
Some women.
No. No woman in the world wants to be required to go to work. It's a whole nother ball game.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So the whole thing is, when you talk about it being a rich man's game, right? You talking about the overwhelming majority of the guys in history, because it's a ton of guys that you don't know that's not as visible, they're not as famous, so you can't use them as an example. But they all play the game, right? But when you talk about guys, you can use everybody from the presidents, from Bill Clinton, Donald Trump. Most of them look at their marriages as a business agreement, right? It makes them more visible or whatever, but they don't really care about what's going on. They're going to do what they do, and they can afford to do it. And more importantly, you have to understand that you are just a resource. You are not required to be in my life in order for me to feel sufficient, because I can move on and still be great and still be phenomenal. And you'll just be another statistic. and you'll have to move on and pick up the pieces and hope that you can live off of the legacy that comes along with being a woman that I cheated with, right? Which is the same thing that the side chick is doing with Derek Jackson. The idea is that he cut her off, he blocked her, but she was real quiet and silent until he cut her off and blocked her. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was something that he admitted that had been going on for an extended period of time for years. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't until he cut her off until she started getting vocal. But it doesn't even matter.
But he was also dating a doctor.
But it don't even matter. Like, guys like us.
I mean, he was also
honestly, when you got resources, like
yes.
the type of resources
So the
that
thing
I got,
go ahead.
It don't even matter what the other girl got. I don't care if you're a doctor. I don't care if you got, like, I got
was
way
dating
more
a doctor.
money than you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got more resources. But it's a rich man's game. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing tonight because it's very entertaining. I'm loving you, Courtney and Nick. You guys are absolutely stunning and phenomenal. I like the aura that you guys are giving off.
You can get cheated on whenever.
I mean,
it's not understandable.
No.
But you just gotta
Let's make no mistake.
It's not about me not understanding.
You're not going to.
I know Nick tries to put that out there. Oh, I don't understand. I understand exactly why these women do it. I know that they are living this abnormal lifestyle. I know that they flossing. I know that they have access to designer clothes. I know they value these things and that they turn a blind eye because of it. My whole point is that that's exactly why women fought for equality, because no woman wants to be.
What?
That is because no woman wants to be.
Really?
Women want to make their own money, and they want to be able to add some value to their home besides, oh, I'm just here pretty to get fucked. And
but Tawana, the thing that you're not taking into consideration, Tawana.
I'm not speaking for my.
No, but listen,
one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
I'm from a side chick mentality. So yes,
this is the
right.
thing, though,
That's
Tawana.
what it is.
You don't have to have the high value man. You can get a regular guy that's gonna dedicate himself to you and love you. And he not gonna go nowhere. He gonna be a homebody. He gonna take care of the kids. It's a difference. All I'm saying
you said that there is no man who make six figure that feel like
it's not just six figures.
No, we're not saying that. We just said you gotta be understanding that they have.
I'm not speaking about six-figure men whatsoever at all. Because when I talk
about millionaires,
if I can say something.
Millionaires and up. So you saying if they get six figures, they can't cheat on their wives?
No. You can make $7
Come on, y'all. One at a time.
That don't got nothing to do with cheating. Cheating is not about the money. It's about what comes with it. Let me tell you, Rodney that makes $7.33 gonna get the hell on. I'ma think about it for Thomas that you just flew
people
me
stay with
around the motherfucking world. That's just I'm just saying.
They stay with Rodney too. That's why your theory is off. Women stay with the Rodneys and they stay.
Can I ask y'all a question? Hold on, let me ask you a question.
Hold on, Courtney has something to say. Go ahead, Courtney. Courtney has something to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I can.
No, hold on, but let me ask a question.
Hold on, Anton. Let Courtney go first, real quick. Go ahead,
Courtney.
Okay, well, I'll be quick, Anton. So what kind of is irritating is when you talk about a high value man, you don't understand what it is. A high value man is not just about money. He's linked in credibility. He has a particular name in the community. He has resources. He has a network that he can talk to other high value men. So it's so much more. So it's not just about, oh, you're just going to let a rich man cheat on you. No, there's rich men that are not high value. It's 6 points to that. And so
I think we've had
hold on, Sawana. Hold on.
I know what a high value man is. I don't need to hear this damn definition over and over every damn week. I heard this definition every week. Damn.
It wasn't about the definition. It's the fact that she was talking and I want you to cut her off.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I mean, you heard the definition, but you're not putting it into your sentences when you're speaking. So if you understand it, then you're saying, oh, the millionaire. No, it's much more than that.
All right. I got it. Y'all good. Y'all think high value men are on some sort of level where they're superior and they should be able to move around and women have to accept it. Got you.
That's not what I'm trying to say, Tawana, and I'm going to get what I'm going to say out, even though you're trying to overspeak me. Okay. with the high value man, it's a different
Well, you
particular
know, I don't-
lifestyle. That's why they have prenups. And in those prenups, it's particular things that if something were to happen, you're not going to get that. So these men come with prenups, and they also come with expectations of you as a woman. So in order to give them, it's a whole completely different type of lifestyle, which might not sound normal because we're not, a lot of women are not privy to those particular type of men, but those women that are, they know it. They know the rules of engagement, and that's what you're getting into. If you're not able to pay to play, then you need to get you just a regular 9-to-5 man or a beta man that don't have those problems.
So
I
that's
don't
the only
a lot
two
of times
options.
that
That's
lifestyle.
the only two options. It's no men out here that have some integrity and high value.
That's not what I said.
But you just said
majority,
90 or get a
90%.
high value man that you have an arrangement with. That's your only options that you giving women.
No, but if a man-
90% of men are not high value. That means you have a plethora of
Okay, but that don't mean
amazing
they beta.
men.
That don't mean they beta, and that don't mean that they're
They're not high value. They're either or, but high value, you have 90% of that. You have a whole
So
pool.
if high value, okay, so here's the thing. If high value is
that's
not
the
just
topic.
money, if high value is not just money, then how is it that other men don't qualify to be high value? Let's talk about that.
Well,
So you have to have the
well,
money.
I thought you knew the definition. So therefore it's 6.
Well, I'm
So you count them
I'm
down.
asking an open-ended question to get a response, right? I'm asking an open-ended question. It has nothing to do with understanding the definition of high value men.
Okay.
It's about the fact that you said that there are other characteristics that make you high value
Correct.
outside of your money.
Correct.
Okay. So then, therefore, is it limited to just 10% of the population? Because it's a contradictory, is what y'all saying. You're saying
No,
that
it's a whole
only
combination.
high value men are only 10% of the population. That's based on income.
No,
But
it's
if
not.
you're basing it on other factors, then why is it that other men don't qualify?
That's not true. It's not just based on income. You look at income and you look at the particular men that have that income. If me telling you that I make 6 figures and I'm an entrepreneur, what title do you particularly have? So that's how it comes in. And I'm saying 10% of the male population, including white men, Asian men, I'm including that. With black men, it's even less.
Okay, I don't know. I guess we agree to disagree on this one.
I just want to say something.
Yeah.
I'm not telling any woman that they got to accept anything to be with anybody. But what I am telling people is when you go, you cannot meet a man and know his arrangement and think you're going to go in and change it because you who you think you are. That's not going to happen. That's what that's the only thing I want to say.
And I agree with that.
You can't go in and say, well, this is how he is. This is how this man is. This is this man's rules because this man and this man has got this prestigious that he's the boss. When he walks in, people automatically know. Everybody don't got that presence. You understand? Everybody don't have that when they walk in. Right? A lot of people are followers. A lot of people are soldiers, but they're not the lieutenant. You know what I mean? When they walk in, you know that's what it is. When you got that particular type of man, especially women, they draw to it. And if you got something else that's on them, they want it so bad. They want it so bad. So you have to just, and that's even if you walk in with a regular dude on your arm that's going with that, with the back. 9 out of 10 with the regular dude, whatever, depending on how it is, how he values the relationship that he is, he may think about it. With you're replaceable. It's all I'm saying. With the higher value men that got, I hate to say his name, but high value men, right? When we talk about it, it sounds like we're talking about high value men, like their morals or some stuff that's in there. Trump is a high value man. As much as I can't stand him, he is one. He is a high value man on so many levels. His prestigious, they know who he is. You understand? That man, that man sat on TV and said he grabbed pussy and won the fucking presidency. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? That man sat on TV and said
I got a question for y'all. I got a question.
And he won just off of that. You know what I'm saying? And they ran Hillary off over emails about recording shows and shit. You understand what I'm saying? It wasn't even nothing important. It was about recording shows, and they got rid of her ass mid when she was about to win, but they let him slide with everything because of his prestigious. Even now, when they let that man go, when they let him go and he did that insurgent, they still found him not guilty. He wasn't even president no more. And they, because his prestige, who he was, that's all I'm saying. Melania looks
I can't hear anything. I'm not
every
sure exactly
freaking
where you
time
guys
you
left
see
off.
her. I think she was, Melania wants that man dead so bad, it doesn't even, she hates him. But she plays her position well.
She does.
When that camera on her, she smile. But when that camera off, you see the disgust of how she really feel about that man. You understand? But she plays.
Hey, Anton, before you answer that question, hold on real quick.
Now let's do the flip side.
Rhea, can you hear me, Rhea?
Barack is also a high-powered
Can you hear
man.
the people?
He got a woman that ain't gonna play that.
No,
You understand what I'm saying? So it goes into what you're saying. It's the woman.
That's all I'm saying is
It's the woman.
Come with your own. Come with your own. So
you can't really say that all high power. I'm not saying that all high value men cheat. You know what I'm saying? But high value men, Barack is one, but he ain't on the same level as Donald Trump.
But here's the thing also, because a man is not high value, right? Meaning he doesn't have the status, the money, all these other things that you guys say, does not mean he's beta, don't mean he's less than.
No
one said that.
Say, I don't want women to think, because my man is not that and the third, that he ain't worthy, right? Because
no one said that.
You can have a 6-figure man, and he's a faithful man. He comes home. He takes care of his family, and you can still live a beautiful life. You're not gonna live a Paris tomorrow type of life, but you're gonna live a beautiful life. You can plan your vacations and go on vacation.
But that Paris tomorrow gonna come with some stuff. It's all I'm saying.
Paris tomorrow
gonna come with some stuff.
Some other.
You gonna come with some stuff,
and I agree with that. I agree with that.
It's just gonna come with some stuff.
Do I think that women shouldn't boss up like Michelle did and get their own, have their own credentials, so that when they are dating a high value man, they bring something to the table? Instead of telling women to play their position, I think that you should use examples like her to be like, but look, she got her own credentials. She's bringing something of value, and so she has solidified herself in that marriage, right? Where to the point where when Barack comes Michelle, he can't just leave Michelle, right? There's going to be backlash. It's going to be some problems if he just walk away from her. And that's just what it is. We're going to accept the new woman eventually, but meanwhile, we're gonna question him when it comes to
not the norm.
Right.
That's not the norm. You cannot use Michelle and Barack Obama as the norm. They are not the norm. And she understood
we're not the norm. Right? So we using the standard.
Okay, they're not the norm. High value men is not the norm either. You're absolutely correct. But however, you're looking at Michelle and Barack, you don't know what they got going on in their relationship. You see what you see on TV. You're not in their bedroom. You don't understand what they might have as far as an arrangement.
I'm not.
You don't know that.
I don't know, but I'm
right. You don't know. But right now, Michelle, like, all right,
and Melania, I'm using Barack and
right. So no.
We using very equal examples. Right. It's not like I'm using an example that's not equivalent.
Yeah.
I'm just showing
an example that
I'm showing a flip side to it. I'm saying there's a Trump and Melania situation, but there's also Barack and Michelle. There was always a flip side. That's all.
But you don't know. It's like real far in between, like Stevie Wonder far in between.
Right.
Like
you don't know.
You know what I mean? Like in that particular type of way, it's just far in between when it comes.
Right. You don't know. You don't know. You can't say, well, there's Michelle and Barack. You don't know what they got going on in the house.
You don't know what Trump and Melania situation is about. We don't
know. But I'm not going to be definitive and be like, I know that he's not stepping out. I don't know that. But what I do know is particular high value man that's in their prenup. That's what they have before you even get married. It is what it is. And if a woman knows what she's getting into and he does or has another woman or maybe go on a trip or whatever, that's not necessarily cheating if she already knows that man is doing what he said he's going to do. That's not cheating.
Well, that's not
Marriage
cheating.
is a business, and it depends on if you're able to continue on in a business and do what you said you're going to do, and that man does what he says he's going to do, and there's in and outs to whatever business. If you sign on to it and that's a lifelong thing, then you with it. And if you can't, then don't marry him.
Hey, Anton, you had a question real quick.
It's not cheating, in my opinion.
Huh?
Yeah,
arrangement is not cheating.
Arrangements are not cheating.
Let's not.
The woman play her role because high value men cheat, which means that the woman believes that he's faithful. In my opinion, this is not a situation where a woman willingly signs a prenup. She know what's going on. She know that this man has the potential to be a cheater. All these things that we theorizing.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Right?
I'm sorry. We're talking about Derek Jacks. That's who we talking about.
And as it relates to him, because he's obviously a high
Wait a
value.
minute.
He's a millionaire.
Let's back this up 2 seconds. I thought we was just talking off of what Kevin Samuel said. I didn't know
this Derek Jacks.
This nigga.
Well, we were talking about like his situation and just in general.
I thought we were just talking in general because my comment will never be for him ever. I can't wait till we talk about him separately.
So he is I guess the questions are inspired by Derek.
Okay. Okay.
So it's not specific like, oh, we only can talk about Derek.
Oh, okay.
It's more so like, well, he's a high value man. He's a millionaire. His wife married him. You know, she just married him a few years ago, but she's pretty much been with him for 12 years. She's been with him for a very long time. He's been cheating on her pretty much throughout the entire relationship. There was some hints that maybe she also have had infidelity.
But here's the key, though. What you're not taking into consideration is that she not going nowhere.
No, she's not.
That's the key. That's the key, though.
Yeah,
that's the key to the whole conversation and the thing about it. Okay, so here's my question, and this I'm just wondering in general for y'all that choose to answer or not. Have y'all ever been cheated on before?
I definitely been cheated on. Did you just hear me say crying over fries? I didn't want just making that up. That shit was real. You understand me? So yeah, I've been cheated on before. You understand what I'm saying? So that's how I see the difference. That's I'm doing a comparison from my own real life.
Okay, I didn't find out, but I already told y'all the story about. But I didn't find out until the marriage was over, right? That's what was going on. So I didn't know that it was going on during the marriage. I didn't know. I wasn't.
Right.
But afterward, yes, I found out like, oh, he was cheating. Like, really? Like, you had a whole woman, and he definitely wasn't.
Okay, so what about you?
Man, okay.
You ever been cheated on?
I've never been cheated on that I know of. So that's never been an issue as far as my relationship. So
okay, so here's my follow-up question to y'all.
Yeah.
Does whether or not you contemplate or consider sticking around long enough, right? Or long term, or as a result of the infidelity, does who he is, his status, the amount of resources, providing and provision, does that play a role in that decision?
Not for me.
I believe like if let me say this. If I have kids with that person, I would probably think about it a little bit more. Like I would think about it before I
that's your answer right there, Tawana.
But I'm saying
it's a rich
I wouldn't.
I would though for my
man's game.
because I see the impact that it has on leaving your family, and he would have to want to stay in the marriage as well though. I mean if we're both like, we want to do this, we want to make this work, and I know I have children or I know I have other things going on that's connected to this man. Yes, I would. I do.
Marriage
in my life.
All right, divorces are not filed because of cheating. Divorces are filed by a woman because of money.
Man, I'm with you, girl, but I found my divorce because of cheating, baby.
All right, guys, we're gonna wrap this up
I'm
soon.
saying majority, honey.
Of marriage failed because of infidelity. 30% failed because of financial reasons. What are you saying? That is true.
Yeah, no, I divorced my husband.
Let me get on Google.
Get on Google, pull it up.
Yeah, I divorced. I don't know what Google's saying, and I'm just saying what I in mind. You know what I'm saying? I don't know
All
nobody
right,
else.
you guys are move on to the next
When
topic.
Nicole did hers because
She said, I don't know what Google's saying, but I
he was humping around like Bobby Brown and stroking like Clarence Carter, so I had to let him go. So that I don't know about nobody else. And again, he wasn't high value at all. As a matter of fact, I was the one who was buying him shit. I feel real bad at myself about that. So I couldn't possibly ever be with a high value man. You understand? Because I can't play the play. I can't do that at all. I don't care about, you know.
I have girlfriends who have prenups with their men, right? But my girlfriends believe that their men are faithful. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that I'm not saying that they're millionaires, but they have a lot of money. They have assets, they have homes in other cities, they have all these other things that, you know, my girlfriends feel like these men are faithful to them, or that's their expectation is monogamy, right? And some of my friends, like you said, have an agreement and understand, like, he out here and this is what it is, right? Like, and that's with men who are not even high value. This is men who just, they understand that, like, all men cheat. My friend has told me that, like, all men cheat. You know what I mean? And so that I understand that there's different type of women in this world. I'm this all, I know that there's different type of women.
A lot of cheating for those type of men don't become cheating and broad until something happens and it cuts off, and then it becomes cheating. Before it's become complacent, meaning that I'm going to go along with whatever as long as you give me what I want. As soon as you stop giving me what I want, now it's a problem and it becomes cheating. You are a cheater. Well, you knew he was a cheater when you started cheating with him.
Yeah.
But because you were getting benefits, and those benefits got cut off, now you want to make a spec. That's why I don't respect side chicks at all. And it ain't because he's sleeping with that I don't respect. You don't even know how to play your position, girl, at all. You don't even know what you're doing, girl. You out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, one thing I have to say about you men, a lot of y'all don't protect your queen like you're supposed to. Let me say, in this case, that shit should have never touched his wife. Not once. That shit should have never touched his wife, where she had to sit on the couch and help that nigga.
He's so disrespectful. He's so disrespectful.
All right, you guys, we got to move on to the next topic.
All righty.
If you guys,
that was fun. Let's go to the next one.
I'm gonna play referee. I'm chilling.
You better come on and
if you guys,
and that's what you need, dude. Wear your little striped shirt. I need you to put that costume on today.
That's a good idea. Go ahead and introduce the topic there. I'll be right back.
All right. If you guys out there, make sure you're getting these likes up right now. Get the likes up. Let's take a moment. Get these likes up. Please share as well. This is a good ass show right now. Somebody else needs to see it, not just you. So make sure you hit that share button as well.
Yeah.
Just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. We just finished up our first topic. And moving on to our next topic, which is polygamy. Polygamy, the practice or custom of having more than one wife or husband at the same time. The issue that I think that Derrick Jackson had was that he wasn't upfront in the beginning of what he wanted when it came to the marriage. You know, what if he had that conversation and said, hey, it's not only going to be you.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he did have that conversation. We don't know, but from the looks of it, it looks like he didn't have it. So I want to talk about polygamy. We lost Rhea. I know she specializes in a lot of the poly talk, and I wanted to have her in.
I was like, where did
she said she was having some issues. I'm gonna still try to see if I can get her on the phone. And once you guys start speaking, and see if she can kind of give her take on it. But let's talk about polygamy. Start with you, Courtney. What are your thoughts about that? About polygamy in general and how it relates to Derrick Jackson?
I was kind of going back and forth with this. For me and my faith and my belief, I do not believe in polygamy. I do understand why people might see how it will work. So on that part, I would say each his own. But for me, I totally disagree with it. I think for stability, financial, emotional, for your children, you need to be with one man and one wife. And that's point blank, period. And I come biblically when I speak about that. Now, it might work for some. I think I was looking at rates to see how, is the divorce rate higher or lower with polygamy from monogamy? And it's actually polygamy is higher. So it's not necessarily a thing where, if I have 2 wives or 2 husbands, then we're going to stick together. There's not going to be any cheating. It actually does the complete opposite. So I don't think it's a healthy lifestyle. I think it keeps open for other people to get into the relationship. Again, like I said, I stress about the children and what they will be looking like. So no, I'm not a fan. And I know a lot of people will say, well, polygamy was in the Bible. David did it. Esau did it. Jacob did it. And I'm like, just because it was in the Bible does not mean that God approved it. There's a thing called perfect will and permissive will. Back in the day, there was a reason why they were men were going to war. They couldn't take care of women. Well, their husbands would die in war. The women had no job, so they would either have to prostitute. There were some men that took care of those women. So that was, a particular reason why it happened back in the day. So obviously, no, I don't agree with it. 1 man and 1 woman. I do believe men have a particular nature about them. And that's a whole nother conversation. But no, I'm not a fan. And I don't think polygamy is something that we need to be looking for as a Black community.
Nick, what are your thoughts about polygamy? You for it?
Hell no. No, get that mess out of here. Listen.
Come on.
It's enough dealing with one of you niggas. I don't need 2 of you niggas. Okay. That's one.
What?
You know what I'm saying? And it's only one queen gonna ever be in my house, and that's gonna be me. You understand? Ain't no other queen gonna be floating around in my house, period. I don't see how that's a balance, and that's different. To me, I just feel, and I just feel like it puts it where it's never enough for that man. And it makes him want more. So now he got a harem full of women and that he has convinced somehow needs him. Almost like a pimp that he just not selling because he rotating them. What benefit can anybody tell me that the women get from this? Nobody's ever been able to really tell me the benefit an actual woman get from sharing
Really?
with another woman. What benefit her, right? To be a sister wife, right?
So how is it any different from a guy being able to cheat and you sticking around in a relationship?
Yeah. What benefit? I never said that it was right because I would never do it. I just said that I understood the principle behind it.
Right.
All the shit is stupid to me.
Right, but here's the thing. Hold on, but if you understand the principle behind a woman sticking around a man that cheat, that's high value, then you understand the principle behind women sharing, right?
No, I don't.
No. Just because you don't.
Let's not confuse.
Just because you don't condone it or you don't subscribe to it, don't mean you don't understand the logic behind why women would do it, though, right?
Right. So because I said that I understand the logic of it, let's not take it and mean that because I understand the logic of it, that means that's my way of thinking of it. No. I understand the logic of it because of the conversation that we had to have. I had to set my own personal opinion to the side so I could understand what was happening, where he was coming from, what the whole situation was. But all of it is bullshit to me. It is just another excuse for a man to keep doing whatever the fuck that he wants to do and have a woman be complacent with that shit.
It's not true.
That's all it is when it comes to me.
You don't understand.
Because this is the thing.
Understand it.
Yeah.
Duh, I just said that. I understand.
No. I'm not saying you don't understand it. You don't understand.
No, but Nick, should she be playing her position just like the last?
Right. Like I understand the logistics.
Should she play a position just like the last?
You don't understand.
But it would still be a hell no for me. Even with understanding the logistics of it, it's still hell no for me. It's still hell no for me.
But this is not about what you feel personally, and see that's the difference between men and women.
But that's what you asked.
That's because you're not benefiting from it, Anton. It's because she's not benefiting from it. She's benefiting from it, and she will approve of it.
Right, that's what I asked. I said, "What's the benefit of it?" Because let me tell you the benefit.
You got to be quiet in order to hear it. gotta be quiet in order to hear what the benefit is. I can't explain it to you. If you
But if you're gonna talk 3 minutes to tell me to be quiet so you can explain it, then you're missing the point. So go ahead.
But that's why you single. That's why you single. Because here's the thing.
Yeah, go ahead. Explain it.
No.
You want to keep telling me why you need to explain it?
Because you don't.
More y'all, one at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
Baby, it don't matter.
You don't dictate the dynamics of the conversation. I do, because I'm the winner, right? I'm the dude. I'm the prototypical dude that fit every single narrative and characteristic of what a high value man is. So the difference is that I don't feel the need to explain it to you at this point because you're unruly. I don't need to prove myself.
But they're still talking about it.
You still
but
talking.
You don't feel like you need to explain it to me. You don't need to explain it to me while you're explaining to me. You explain that to me. You explaining it. You don't want to explain it to me, but you explaining it to me.
You know what the tripped out part about this?
So then move.
You know what the tripped out part about this though?
You explaining it to me in a way, but what you're trying to do is because you believe that you're a high value man. You trying to put me in my place.
We're gonna move on to Tawana and get her
You can't really put me in my place. I don't even talk about a high value man.
We're gonna do this real quick.
Hold on.
I don't care about
we got time for it. We got time for it.
You're not gonna put me in my place.
Let me break up.
Come to me. You're gonna come to me in the same way that you want me to come to you. You're not gonna disrespect me.
Nick.
That don't mean nothing to me.
Okay.
It's so funny because when this whole show first started off, you started off good, and the reason how you started off good is because you took how you felt out of the equation.
But he asked me how I felt about
still talking. Let me finish and help you to understand something. And this is the problem with black women, is that they don't listen as much as they want to talk. Stop feeling the need to be right and listen so you can understand. Don't hear to respond, hear to understand. So let me help you to understand something, because the thing that you're illustrating right now is the exact thing that's wrong with black women.
Sir, why men don't. I don't care what you got to say at this point, because you're trying to school me instead of just saying what you got to say. You trying to school me because you're trying to be funny right now instead of just saying what you got to say.
Right.
You gotta know the woman that
we're gonna go to Tawana. We're gonna go to Tawana. Tawana.
Yes.
That smooth
Polygamy.
shit don't work with me.
Hold on, stop.
So
Nick. We still gotta get the show going.
Nick, I don't want to know it from you now because of the way that you coming to me. So clearly, if I have an attitude,
this is what you do.
You coming to me, so I don't want to know it now.
This is what you do, though. This is what you should do, though. If you don't want to know, or you want to just talk and be the biggest voice on the platform, then why don't you go ahead and log off? Because I'm gonna be here, right? I'm gonna still be on the platform. Why don't you log off, and then you can talk at the wall and they'll listen to you without responding? Because I'm not that guy. You're not gonna shut me up. You're not gonna shut me down. And the whole idea is, the thing that you're really illustrating right now is exactly why dudes don't mess with type of chicks like you. You are the problem.
I have niggas knocking down my door.
You the problem. Yeah, but what type of dudes?
I don't listen. I don't
any
care.
Any type of dude can bust you down.
All right, you guys. I want to get to Tawana. Take on it.
So you can bust down.
No, Anton. If you keep talking, she's gonna keep talking. So come on,
but
we still got to roll with the show. We still got to move the show.
Just because you would jump,
Anton, she probably might not never understand it. She might not never. She might never get it.
Come to me telling me about your status. That's where the part came.
They have different views.
Telling me I'm a high status man. You don't have to tell me that.
Different views.
Nick.
You don't have to tell me that you're a high value man. What was the purpose of that?
All right, Tawana.
Hey, audience,
polygamy.
Are y'all witnessing this?
Polygamy.
Because I want you to see exactly what the presentation was in the beginning.
I don't want to talk.
But what the reality is now. This is the definition of a woman that comes in a nice package at first, but when you unravel it, you realize that you got a lump of coal in there. Hey,
Nick, hold your thought. Nick, hold your thought. I want to get to Tawana's.
Let's talk about polygamy.
Polygamy. Go ahead, Tawana.
You know what? Because both Courtney and Nick made some interesting points about it. Polygamy, like you said, that's multiple wives, but really polyamorous is the popular relationship, because really in most places in America, you cannot marry your additional spouses, right? So you have this polyamorous relationship where everyone is aware of what's going on. And I think that to one of you guys' point, when people join those type of relationships for the wrong reasons. For instance, they join those types of relationships to fix problems in their current relationships, which oftentimes those problems never go away. And then, like Courtney said, divorce rates are going to be just as high, right? Because there's still going to be jealousy. There's still going to be all these other things that happen in polyamorous relationships that you still have to deal with. But now you have another person involved in the relationship that also is a part of your family now, part of your circle. And a lot of them look at those relationships like this person is like a second mom to my children, or this person is another part of their family. So I feel that if you're going to be in an open relationship and you're going to share your man or your spouse, then why not be in a polyamorous relationship? At least it's honest, at least you know what's going on, and at least it's an open situation, okay? Do I think that that is the answer to, monogamy, or, to people who are unfaithful in monogamous relationships? No. Do I think that people should do it as a result of that? No. I think that you really have to understand the lifestyle and everything that goes along with being a polygamist or a polyamorous. If you want to be a polygamist, you really have to move to Utah or states that they accept you to, marry multiple women. And to Nick's point, sometimes the women don't live in the same house. They have separate homes, and the man is just he has his time with his one person and he has his time with the other person. So sometimes women, it is different types of polyamorous relationships. So if if you don't necessarily want the woman to be in your home, or you don't want to be sexually intimate with the woman, you really want her to have her own relationship with the man and you have your relationship, those things exist as well. So it's just so many different levels to that I'm not necessarily going to sit here and say that I'm against it. I will say that I choose, monogamy as my lifestyle, but I do think that if you're going to be in that relationship, why not know who the other partner is? Why not have an agreement where you guys are all on the same page, because then it's not infidelity. It's more of, if we go back to the last conversation, it's more of an agreement, and you guys know what's going on, and you are aware of the other one. You know what's going on. Not that jealousy won't exist, not that you won't have any other issues, but at least you are upfront. That's my take on it.
Can I ask Anton a question?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So
I want to warn you though, I choose violence for the rest of the show. Just in case. But go ahead.
Okay. So because you are, you said a high value man. So when you're in business meetings and you're with other men that are like-minded, financially, titled, and you meet their wives, is it not just one wife? And if it was multiple, would you feel the exact same way about him?
No, we wouldn't care, but it is one wife. Mm-hmm. But there's two different types of guys, right? Mm-hmm. Two different types of guys that marry, as far as high value is concerned. You're talking about one group of guys who their wife has been there since the inception, even prior to their success in a lot of instances. When you want to look at people like a Denzel Washington, right? Like his wife don't fit the prototypical ideal wife look, right? In a lot of instances, but she was there prior to his success. She's been riding with him for an extended period of time. Then you talk about men that are in a lot of instances self-made, right? These type of guys often have different types of options, but often regardless, they both grow to be in a certain type of space mentally, because even when you're talking about executives, you're not talking about very young guys. When you talk about high value men, you're talking about men that has been successful and has been able to sustain a level of success and surround himself with a certain group of guys for an extended period of time. And often at times they share similar views and they have a like mind. So often we run in the same circles, we surround ourselves with the same type of guys, and we move and we promote ourselves based off of what it is that we achieve, and we align ourselves with people of that same value. We don't even let certain people in our circles. So to answer your question, yeah, we do have wives, but in most instances, not all, but in a lot of instances, they play a specific type of role in what it is that we're trying to accomplish in day-to-day activities.
Did that answer your question, Courtney?
Thank you.
It did. I think I wanted you to expand on it, but I completely understand, because for me, and what I'm thinking is that, it's with a businessman, it looks better, business, a politician or whomever, when you have a particular wife, and your kids, you have a nuclear family. And I don't see
marriage is a business transaction. It
Correct.
literally is a business transaction that people are not taking that into consideration. But the thing that we need to emphasize, because we're getting caught up on terms, right? We're getting caught up on the idea of poly. But the whole idea is that women have been sharing the best of men for an extended period of time. Since the inception of women have always sought out the best of the best. And even in most instances, whether you want to label it poly, whether you want to label her a side chick, the whole idea of it is that those that have earned a certain status in life according to what it is that they achieved often have the best options and have multiple options. And you're talking about the top 3, the top 5, top 3, top 1% of men. You know how small of a pool that is, and you know how desirable of a guy that is, and how women are willing to sacrifice, and what it is that they're willing to give up that regular women isn't. Regular women are often unhappy. We see them on these shows every single day talking about what they want, but often are going to die alone or have to settle for somebody that's way below where it is that they feel like they deserve, because don't nobody deserve anything.
You said
the whole idea of it is that since the beginning of time, women have always subjected themselves to the best of the best, often in droves and in multiple numbers. It's not.
You said regular women are unhappy. Is that what you just said?
Yes. Since this feminist movement has taken place. But here's the thing, though, Tawana. Here's the thing.
Okay.
We're just now starting to see the ramifications of this whole feminist movement of independent women. We're starting to see a lot of women grow old by themselves, suffer by themselves, and die by themselves, and realize the mistakes that they've made as a result of subjecting themselves to this whole narrative.
Isn't the men to women ratio like that's going to happen regardless, because it's just not enough?
The problem with your argument is that you're talking about men to women, so you're talking about regular men. I don't align myself with regular men.
But most women have to align themselves with regular men, because guess what? Everyone do not have access to these high earner, high value men.
But then at the same time, y'all not taking the men that more closely align with who you are. You saying I don't want him because he's a regular guy, even though he's an average guy, and that's the guy that you truly deserve. And you're saying I want him, and I'm gonna wait and settle for him, and I'll subject myself to whatever he says. But you don't fit the narrative of being able to even align yourself or get in the same room as that guy. That's the truth.
Shout out to Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, we see Kevin. Shout out.
Yeah,
Kevin.
you say shout out Kevin.
Well, I agree with that. Black women are not getting married, and they think an average man is them settling. So I totally agree with that. Do I think Black women are just happy because they're paying bills by themselves, having to do everything by themselves? No, that's not our nature. Women don't want to do these things by ourselves, but because we're searching or wanting a percent of a man that don't want the majority of us, and we think the regular guy working a 9 to 5 is settling, and we refuse it. I don't see how that's happy. I don't see how being older by yourself with your kids is a happy life. So no, I have to agree with Anton. I do not believe that majority of Black women out here are just living a life that they love and that they're happy. I think they like
and I also don't think that it's anything wrong with being single, because sometimes you have to.
You're not meant to be single. That's not what you was created for.
What I'm saying is, sometimes you have to sit yourself down to get yourself together before you can go back out there again. Like Because what it sounds like is you're saying to women, you need to settle for whatever you need to settle for just so you can have a piece of man. As a woman who was married to a man, that's exactly what I did. So the passion and the stuff that I have of what I did, I took a man who put me in a situation that I didn't even know that was taking place with another woman. I rooted up everything behind stand with your man. An average man, still with him, did all of that, moved here in Kentucky so I could give him a better life because he had a misdemeanor that when we were in Indiana gave him 5 years of that he couldn't work. He couldn't do anything. And it was me by myself doing everything. So I moved to another state so he could be good, just for him to be talking to hookers and stuff. You understand?
No, dude, I don't. You know what? I believe you have a point that women are not just waiting around for high value men. Women are actually in relationships with men who are just average earners. I don't.
But she also got
settling. It's a difference.
But this is the point, though.
They're settling. When they realize that they can't really get them.
You said that women were waiting around, or you guys implied that women are just waiting around, and that's why they're not getting married, and that's not true. Because women are dating these men. They're dating men who are average men. They're not marrying these men because men are not.
No, men are not marrying these women.
That's what I'm saying. Men are not seeing the incentive of being married in partnership, and a lot of men lose in marriages and relationships.
That's not true. No man loses.
It's because of the woman.
Getting married.
It's because of the woman.
It's not because of the woman, JR. What do you mean? Most women have children in their relationships. The children still have to be supported outside of their relationships. How is it because of the women? You have consciously made a decision to start a family. So I don't understand.
Well, why is it not the woman's fault that she's not married?
But so it's her fault she's not married because she won't accept.
Hold on, Courtney. Courtney just asked Luana a question. Hold on, Nick.
No, I didn't hear the question. That's why I was saying.
What was the question, Courtney?
I said, why is it not the woman's fault that they're not married?
Hold on. I'm about to
because women don't really control that.
I'm gonna get Kev on the show. Give me a second.
Okay.
Go ahead, y'all can keep talking.
Women don't control if they get married. That's correct. It's the man. However, if men are telling you that they want to be married, then you have control on being marriageable. You have control on becoming the wife that a man wants to marry. And if you're not becoming that, they're not going to marry you. So yes, you do have control on if you're going to get married. You have to become a wife.
Yeah, well,
they're not becoming wives.
But it depends on the type of wife that you want to become. I'm not going to become a wife with a man who tells me that I'm going to screw around, but you'll be taken care of. Because you have to go what measures to you. Money doesn't measure to me. I don't care about your money.
This point is not about money.
I don't care about any of that.
Hey, hold on.
I care about you not making me look stupid in the streets. I care about you keeping my integrity intact. That's what I care about.
Nick, I got it.
Kev is gonna come on the show, but
I want to. You keep saying, "Hold on, y'all."
I want to let him get. I want to make sure that we extend the courtesy of allowing him to speak and be a little bit more direct and not over talking. Just because it's our platform, I just want to set the stage for that. But go ahead, do your thing.
All right.
Well, I mean,
I just don't get that particular part of it. I understand if you want to date a certain type of man, right? You have to understand and you have to play with the certain type of man. You have to. I understand that absolutely 100%. But what I'm saying is that it's either the woman is miserable because she's single because she'd rather not settle, or she has to settle and take any old thing just to be married.
Why do you keep saying
because she won't be alone, I guess.
Right, so she won't be alone.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't you not be the man that a man settles for?
Because
why are we degrading this man?
I don't want to share my husband. So if one of his things is that he wants to move around, then I don't want to be that type of wife. I don't want to be a wife to a man who wants to
majority of regular men, I say, and not to be disrespectful, but just the average man, because we are average women here on the show. They're not cheating. Majority men are not cheating, and women and men cheat at the same daggum rate. So we keep talking about these men are cheating and your man is cheating. Well, what was you doing? Were you cheating?
No, I've never cheated on a man in my life.
If we're doing it the same rate, I have to ask.
But I've never done that. I've never cheated before. What I'm saying is that the way that you're talking, I'm not talking about a high value. I would never put myself in a position. I don't want to date a high value man because I know that I am not equipped for that. I don't even want to date anyone that goes to that where I have to think that I'm going to have to share. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me have a thought that you are being faithful to me until it's exposed to me that it's not. Don't present that to me in the actual beginning. That's all that I am saying. That is not something that I would take from an actual. So if I have to be single, not because that's an option from the person that I'm interested in. I'm talking about the person that I'm interested in. If that person says to me, hey, I love you, I want to be with you, but this is the terms that I have, I'm not accepting them terms to be a wife, is what I'm saying. That's what I would pass on him as a husband. Because that's not what I want to do.
I'm not talking about a high value man. What I'm talking about is just the regular man that works hard, loves his family. That's it. And what I'm saying is that they're not marrying us, and I'm saying us as a collective, as a Black woman, because we're not making ourselves ready to be married. That's why. And one of the reasons why is because we keep telling them that we are settling for them. How are we settling for them? And how are they not settling for you? That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's settle. I'm like, these men are good.
My first point was that the women should date these men. Like I am all for women not having to be in a situation where they feel like they have to play a position in order to be happy, and they want access to this life that is, only a small percentage of men can guarantee. And even if you are dating that man, he may have 10 other women that he's sharing you with. So I am all for women dating men who have average salary in a lot of different variations and ranges, who are family men, who have morals, values that's outside of whatever high value men present themselves to. Because to me, it just sounds like a devastating
lot of work.
But I don't subscribe to that life, so I don't want to encourage women to do that, because I like you and Nick made it very clear. I guess I don't understand the mindset of a woman who thinks like that. To me, it sounds like a woman who doesn't have any value in herself, a side chick type of mentality, in my opinion. You guys have your opinion about what you
I won't say she don't value herself.
Maybe she does value herself.
I won't say that, because it takes a special type of woman to live that lifestyle, baby.
It does.
You have to have a mentality to know, even if it's 5 or 6, if you're number 1, you're treated different than 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and 5th. They don't treat them all.
I understand that.
They have them in the order, and the queen bee knows she's the queen bee, right? She knows when she knows that, right? So that's what she takes, and then you have the other ones that know their position until their position either getting replaced.
I'm not gonna tell women
that has to walk through all of that.
I'm not gonna tell women to prepare for men that don't really even exist. That's like 10% of the population that you might never even encounter. But I do believe that there are characteristics that women need to adjust in order to get married. I am saying that, but we're not having that conversation. We're just having a conversation.
Tawana. There you guys. I want to bring Kevin Samuels in real quick, because he got his show at 10.
All right.
You guys bring in Kevin Samuels. Welcome Kevin Samuels to the show.
What's going on, people? How's everybody doing tonight?
Doing great. About yourself?
Good.
What's up, Godfather? I like them watches that you picked up lately.
Oh yeah, You want to go get the caps, or you want to do the watches? Which one you want to do?
We're gonna do the watches.
No, seriously though, I've heard a lot of the back and forth, and one thing that I rarely hear from women in this conversation, whether we're talking high value, productive, competitive, successful men, or just men in general, is good faith. I'm always hearing this color purple. I've had the fights all my life and all this stuff that I'm 52 years on this planet. And I don't see women getting beat and cheat like this. I didn't see this. So why do so many of our conversations devolve into, well, I'd rather be by myself versus this life that you can't tell me that most women are living, even the majority of women. This was part of the contention we had back when you came over to my show, Tawana, this narrative that just is not rooted in any observable or even data-driven reality, but it's still real to far too many Black women. Why is that?
I can speak it for me. I think that it's programmed, you know, like when you go through certain things, you kind of program yourself to, you know, accept the negative first, right? You look at it that way, you accept the negative first, and if something positive comes in, you're like, okay, well, it's like a surprise. You prepare yourself for the worst, right? It's not a good thing to do. I won't say that it is a good thing to do. It's not a good thing to just automatically preconceive, right? But when you go through stuff and you know that you're the reason why of it, it makes you leery when you continue, because you're like, always, you're the cause of everyone that you choose, right? Sure. So if you're the cause of everyone you choose, and everyone you choose, and it's an issue that's happening, you become scared about going forth with that, because your decision when it comes to choosing is not that great. Right. So you become hard.
Okay. So one thing I hear, the programming, where is that coming from?
I just guess in society, it's like you look at it as I'm not going to accept that.
No, exactly. Where is the programming coming from? What part of society?
It's media. It's
media.
family.
Yeah, we'll say
the
it.
First transmitters of culture and knowledge is the mother.
Yeah.
So any media that comes in through the first transmitter of technology, the gatekeeper to the media, the mother, not the father.
I completely agree.
Why you say not the father? That's
because the fathers don't transmit culture. Fathers transmit standards and morals.
Mm-hmm. But a woman can also learn how
to. When I say things like this is not absolute. It's not either or.
Okay.
But women transmit culture globally. It's not just in the Black community.
Right.
So if it is transmitted to women, it's being transmitted to women by women about men.
But not all the time.
I just don't agree that that's the only source.
Okay, but well, how about this? It's 50.1% of the time. It's the majority. How about we work on the majority? Because this is where conversations
how about we
share
responsibilities?
Well, because it's triage.
Right.
See, this is where we end up. It's always when we start going down the rabbit hole and start putting accountability and responsibility on the justifiable party. When it becomes the women, then we want to spread it out and make it about everybody. How about we get to the root of the cause and then we start worrying about parceling out equal responsibility after we actually start the surgery on the part that's killing us?
I mean, I agree. I don't think that I'm trying to deflect from women's impact on that entire situation. All I'm saying is that we cannot look at it so absolute as if men and I don't know who got their YouTube on. I keep hearing it echo. I'm sorry, y'all. But men and their responsibility in the home and their role in the home doesn't impact that as well.
Well, okay, and I gotta ask, if we did it that way, it's a distinction without a difference. If men don't control the culture, working on the men is wasted time. Why?
So I get what you're saying, but in my particular situation of how I feel or what I feel, it didn't come from my actual mother. I was molested at 15 by my uncle. Okay. And I was raped at 19. Both Black men, right? 15 years old, just babysitting kids. And I got something stolen from me. twice, right? So I already had a pretty bad conceived about men before it even started. My mom was the one who was trying to make me believe and console me that all men aren't the same. Sent me the therapy and everything. So it's not always that way it starts in the house. Even when my dad left, it was my mama never said one bad word about him ever.
You know what I hear more? You know what I hear more than anything in the Black community? What I hear more than anything else is the same thing I push on my channel. We need therapy.
Yes,
we need therapy. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
Because this is when people started saying I'm an asshole. Because I'm a 52-year-old man and I've had troubles too. I've had traumas too. I've had things and what we can't do is the oppression victim Olympics. We have to become a competent people. No one cares about our problems.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So we're at the bottom.
Right.
And the only way we're going to get back to the top is to be together.
Right.
We have the only group of women who think that they don't need their men to live a successful life.
I think the first question that you asked, Kevin, was because the question was centered around should women just play their position and let their high value man cheat? So
high value men don't cheat, they just exercise options.
But here's the thing. Exercising option, cheating, whatever you call it, Kevin. Yeah. All I'm saying is my response was in response to that question. Like, wait, what do you mean? So we supposed to just say, okay, because I want a high value man, I'm just gonna sit around and get cheated on, and that should be your expectation, and that's what you should go into the relationship expecting. And no, I disagree with that.
Yes,
I disagree with that completely.
Because here are your options. Okay, let's take it away from 2021 and let's go back to 1200. If you wanted to marry the king, you're going to accept that you'll be the queen, but he's going to have a lot of mistresses. If you don't want it, you can go ahead and marry the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker,
the housemaid.
You can do that. And see, here's the thing. Let me move it past why is it that, see, when I did that whole praise broadcast and high value men don't cheat, and I gave all those examples, I interviewed over 100 women who were married to high value men. And that's when I gave a presentation on what these women worldwide know and to accept. But you know what the minority is? The amount of Black women married to a Black man in there. Black women, you want loyal, productive, competitive, sexually fulfilling alpha males to bring home the bounty of the world to your feet. That only happens in Harlequin romances and Disney. Mm-hmm. So the notion of if I got to accept a high value man, well, look at in our community, Martin Luther King. Coretta Scott King didn't even marry after he died. She was so bound to his legacy and what he had to do. She played her part.
Yep.
Jacqueline Onassis Kennedy, Robert Kennedy and his brother were openly making the White House the Playboy Mansion. They shared Marilyn Monroe. Mm-hmm. But yet, Black women in this situation, what do you want Black men to be other than a man? A superhero? Why? And see, that's the point. It's like you want them to be something else. And what I yet to hear from any sister is what is good enough for a Black man? Because just being competitive and making yourself in the top 10%, 5%, 3%, 1% of all mankind still ain't good enough. Can you give us some benchmarks on what?
That's not true. You spinning the whole conversation. The problem is the cheating. It has absolutely nothing to do with them not being good enough. No,
okay, you keep calling it cheating. Bill, okay.
Wait, JR called it cheating, Kevin. Not to
okay. I get it, and that's why I push it back. But I want to be clear because as the person who would become synonymous with high value man across the internet, I make sure when I talk about is clear. High value men don't cheat. We exercise options. Okay. And here's the thing: Bill Clinton was married to Hillary Clinton.
Right.
He exercised his options all around the place. And what did Hillary do? She stayed.
She stayed. Right.
And she reaped the benefits of that association. She could have chosen to pull a lever, push the button, and gone out. But would she have been able to go as far as she did? No, she chose to stay with her man.
And some women do, for sure. for different reasons. And I already said that arrangements are not cheating.
Right.
Cheating is when you both think that the relationship is this way, and that man is doing something like Derek Vance, for instance, doing something behind that woman's back that he was not.
We are from Black America, and I'm sorry, I met too many people who, when Big Daddy died, you met your whole entire other side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry. What are we talking about? Because here's the bottom line: we can be morally right. Black folks love to be right and lose at the same time. I don't care about being right. I want to win.
Right.
So where we got all these moralistic, we're the most Christian, losingest group of people on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No.
But we got to talk about I wouldn't do with that. Well, they kicking our ass.
Yeah. No.
Because they are together.
Mm-hmm.
Even right now, when I'm on my show and I even talk about, I don't want a high value man because I don't want to put up with cheating. All right. So you mean you could respect an average earning man and such and so forth, as long as he's ambitious and want more than that? No. He's just where he is.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
See, what I think one of the biggest things that goes on between us in our community is one, I had a woman come on my show the other night, and I'm going to profile it. My generation was raised by the baby boomers, and the baby boomers were the generation that turned their back on tradition.
Right. The 1960s. Was that which year was that?
The baby boomers were born 1945 after.
45. Okay.
So, and then Generation X came through, and that's a bunch of the 40-plus-year-old women and 40-plus-year-old men who are the most unmarried group of people in the history of history.
Right.
The world is not set up for 60-year-old bachelors and bachelorettes. It's not. So when we're sitting here basically saying, I would rather be by myself if a man cannot provide these things that most men can't provide. What most women are telling Black men is, if you can't pay my bills, there's no value to you.
Listen, I said the opposite. I said we need to start focusing on these average men.
Mm-hmm.
Because why are we so focused on the high value man who is, quite frankly, very difficult? If you ask me, it's a lot of things that you got to pull, and obviously every woman is not equipped to deal with that type of man, and that's just true.
Well, and that's going to be one of my program next week. The program next week, we always focus on the men. And my question is, who has the background noise?
Yeah, please turn your YouTube off, please.
Yeah, I only have one. I only got one channel on. So.
You gotta turn. No, I don't think it's you, Kevin.
So my broadcast next week is going to be about, can modern women really choose to just be a housewife?
Right.
Because there's so many women, especially in Black community, who think they don't want to get married at 23 or 24 or 20 because that's too young. But all of a sudden around the age 30, all think that they can snap their finger and choose to turn to be a housewife.
Right.
With no wifely skills. See, what we need to, I think what we have to start doing is, you mentioned Derek Jackson.
Right.
We need to start challenging the women more, because it is easy to hold Derek Jackson to the fire. It's easy to roast him and cook him up because he's the self-love ambassador, the guru, whatever. Right. But what we're not talking about is that 32-year-old Black surgeon who was having sex with a man unprotected after she met him for a month and got pregnant.
And that's what I was bringing up. I was talking about her because I was like, look, Derek Jackson had a whole affair with a doctor who was 32.
So, but the thing is, but the story is that the men are talking about Derek Jackson and the women are talking about Derek Jackson. When are the women going to talk about what the women do? Because in the cheating, take it away from high value. 28% of Black men polled in relationships have claimed to have cheated once on a partner. Right. But the number of women is 24%. Those numbers are not small. We both, the men and the women in our community, cheat at higher rates. Right. But until we really start sitting down and seeing what's going on with our women, and I think a lot of our women are going, I didn't catch the other sister's name, but a lot of our sisters, I think, are suffering from fear, scarcity, lack, and trauma that has never been resolved. Because so many never got a chance to be daddy's little girl, never got a chance to be protected, because so many of us was born outside of a nuclear family. So you're growing up, and many of you are like sisters. Your mama is more like your big sister than your mama. And So you get thrust into these adult positions and you're not protected when you're a young girl, and things are allowed to happen because 1 in 3 Black women report having some sort of sexual assault by age 16.
Well, if the men are missing in the home, then that's probably going to happen.
Yeah,
but you got to ask why the men are not in the, why. But you got, but see, before you get there, see, we always want to go back to the men. Okay, we want to go back to why the men are missing in the home. Let's find out where there's a kid in the first place with a woman.
Right.
Yeah.
Why was that woman who has a kid not married first?
Yeah, she was, but my mama was married, so that's not on her. My mother.
80% of Black children are born out of wedlock.
Right.
So,
but Kevin, this is what I'm saying.
But mine was married.
I think with me and you, the problem was that, yes, I understand your side, but I don't agree with removing men completely from the conversation.
Yeah.
I do understand what you're saying, but I do see in a partnership, you have to examine both sides. You cannot say, well, the women are
80% out of wedlock childbirth, there is no partnership to speak of.
Right.
Well, there is, because they're sleeping with somebody.
Yeah.
They're sleeping
but hold on. Now this is where we're gonna really go off the rails, because I'm sorry. Having sex does not mean you have to have a baby. If a baby happens, it's because a woman wanted to bring one into the world. That is 100% on women. So you can't talk about a father not being. You cannot talk to me about a father not being in the household when most men are just having sex with women, not wanting to have a kid. See, it would be different. Your argument to me would make more sense that if you're talking about a woman that was married to her husband and then they had a baby in the context of a marriage, and then the marriage dissolved for whatever reason and he's not there.
But that's my case.
That happens.
So let's take my case, because that is my case.
But what I'm saying, ma'am, is that may be your case, but 80% it's not. Why are we talking about the 8 when why are we talking about the 2 instead of 8? We're talking about the 2 because we don't like holding women strictly accountable.
I don't believe that we can hold a woman strictly accountable, but I do believe.
But why not? Why not? I totally believe men have been held accountable for years. Women have not. And so and it's always been where it's when a man tries to hold a woman accountable, it's like, oh, but what about the man? Oh, but what about this? It's never just a focus on us. There's not a TV show. There's not a book. There's always a Derek Jackson that's going to be like, hey, okay, you might have some problems, but what about the man? Let's talk about the man. It's never a focal point. And if it's never a focal point, why is an issue with us? Why are we not getting married? Why are we having children out of wedlock? It's something to do with us. But
back in 1988, back in 1988, when Sister Shahrazad Ali, 1988, when Sister Shahrazad Ali wrote The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman and did the talk show circuits 4 years after The Color Purple, that woman was shouted down from coast to coast. And we are here 40 years later looking that she was absolutely right. She said it. Everybody in this country, in this world, has been examined except the Black woman. She has been protected from consequences. She has been protected from her choices and decisions. When we start to try to do it, we start just want to, well, what about this or what about that? Everybody else in the world has had that happen to them. Black women, we cannot keep avoiding doing that difficult work of holding women strictly accountable like everyone else in the world is.
I don't know one gender that has been held strictly accountable for anything that they've done, though. Tell me exactly how men have been held strictly accountable, please. I
will tell you right now. When you look at here's some examples.
Yes.
Look at the family and divorce court. Okay, here's the divorce court. 92% of the time, the children go to the mother. 86% of the time, men are left financially ruined or in a financially worse position. Out of the 2,000 shelters there are for women for domestic violence or abuse, there's only one in the country for men. Men are the majority of the prisoners, majority of the suicides, majority of the ODs, majority of the deaths, men get an incarceration rate sentence when women commit similar crimes 4 times longer. Should I go on?
So you feel that because
okay. Before I do that, can we at least acknowledge that that's
Absolutely.
Mhm.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
Oh, so,
I feel
so
go ahead.
if we want equality, why don't we just start holding women accountable to the very same laws and things like you want that you hold men to?
I believe women should be held accountable for their actions because no one should walk unscathed. And when you're pointing fingers, 3 of them point back at you. Nobody's walking perfect. So the feminist thing, I don't believe in none of that. I honestly believe that women do get coddled a lot. They do. They get coddled. Absolutely, 100%. They get coddled a lot, right? They get stroked a lot.
Mm-hmm. Let me read something.
Just a lot of resources.
Let me read something. To reproduce and keep the Amazon race alive, the Themyscirans raid ships on the high seas to copulate with men. At the end of mating, they take their lives and throw the men's corpses into the sea rather than marrying them. Triumphant, the Amazons return to Paradise Island, wait 9 months later, then celebrate the birth of their daughters. Some don't. When male children are born, they're thrown into the sea and called failures. Now, if we had called this situation Wonder Man and flipped the genders, what would the world have said? If men were raiding women, raping them, copulating with them, dumping them, and keeping the baby, would we allow that to happen as a society? Much less would we celebrate it? This happens every day with women. Every day you can sexually harass a man. Every day you can be aggressive with a man. Every day you can assault a man. And it's well, but then when we talk about holding women accountable, you say, well, in theory, I like it, but the only ones that are going to in practice do it is when women start clamoring that actually it starts happening. This is why men are tired of hearing this argument, because most women come across as being disingenuous because when it gets right down to it, most women don't want to hold women accountable because they still like the benefit of being able to wiggle through that too.
I find it interesting because the reason we're not holding ourselves accountable, but that's the reason why we're in the situation that we are.
Mm-hmm. Well, so you're in the situation you are, is my opinion. And thank you for having me on, guys. I think one of the biggest reasons the Black community is at the bottom is because in the 1960s, when the civil rights movement came along, women were enticed to join the ERA, the women's struggle, and join with them. And Black women ain't never had the problems of Black men that non-Black or white women have had.
Right.
Stacey Abrams is being heralded as one of the reasons Joe Biden is in office. But Stacey Abrams is 200 plus pounds, educated, and chronically single. You are the superwomen of the world, but you are dying alone because of your inability to work with your mirrored counterpart. That is why on my show, women from Massachusetts to Oregon all say they want the same high value man, Black man, knowing as an inconsequentially small part of them. Yeah. Doesn't matter what you think or whatever. There are thousands of interviews over there, and they would rather be in line for him and hope to get him. I had a woman up there last night who makes $50,000 a year and wants a man making $500,000. $500,000. So when you can look as a Black man and see that your mirrored counterpart would not even look at you, we don't need white supremacy, racism, all these other things. We do a good job keeping ourselves at the bottom because the women do not want to submit to a Black man's authority in our community. Can't get around that.
I appreciate you. I know you got a show to do tonight. I want to respect your time.
Oh, I got a few minutes. I'll go to 10:30. We got a few more minutes. Let's do it. We're here.
Well, you know what, Kevin? When I was on your show, everybody expected me to curse you out and talk crazy to you, but I didn't do that. Do you agree with that?
Well, there's I accept it. I don't, but that's not what I do.
That's not what we were on the purpose of the show. And I'm glad that, you came on the show so I could clear that up, that I was not disrespectful to you because you were not disrespectful to me. We were on the show to discuss a topic. And so let me just make that perfectly clear to our audience. Because I got a lot of criticism for not talking crazy to you and calling you out your name, which I would never do. But anyway,
I have to say
because that's what happened on my show last night. That's what we expect.
that's what they want, right?
Because that keeps us stuck.
Yeah, I have to say something.
And I'm not stuck.
Go ahead, Nick.
Before I decided or said I was going to do this, I did have a notion about you, for real, I did. And it was just off of looking at certain clips and stuff, because your shows be pretty long, right? So just looking off basic clips of stuff of what it was, and it was like, oh, this guy is an asshole, right? You do have asshole moments, right? But for when I took my own self out of it and really looked at I'm gonna have to say I have to take back a lot of the stuff that I said, as far as like how you do. Your approach is a little bit different, and it rubs me a little wrong a little way. But I do understand why you do a certain thing, because sometimes people do try to come for you. And so I understand the putting in place. This is what the thing is, but the overall senses of what you talk about, or I agree with about 70 to 75% of beforehand, before really just kind of listening to it with open ears. I'm like, oh, he's just another man that hates women, right? I just think that you more of living your reality type of situation.
I think we're not accustomed to black men standing up with our chest out, head up, standing straight, facing the world, and saying, unbowed, I'm going to dominate.
Mm-hmm.
We're not used to that.
Yeah.
So the thing is, but see, forget me, forget Anton. We're assholes, we're jerks, we cap, all that. Fuck us, forget all of us. What about your sons? Are you putting your sons in positions to be the king that you say you want to have yourself? Because somebody raised the weak punk you got a problem with. Are you raising a king, or are you raising a prince in panties? Mm-hmm. You can't raise a king. It requires an Anton, a JR, a Kevin, an asshole.
I agree. That's why I had to send my sons to their father. I agree with you 100%. At 16 and 18, almost 18 years old, I did everything that I possibly could. Their dad's been in their life forever, since the beginning, but when we separated. But as a mother, I know that it's so much that I can take. 2 boys, right? And to a level. And it was the hardest decision I had to do, to let my babies go, but they're not babies, right? They are growing men. So I had to let them go to their dad so that he can raise them properly, because I can't teach a man how to be a man.
Because when it gets right down to it, when we get out into competing in the world, no other race another other race leads with their women. The men are the warriors. Yeah. And I'm honest, you show me an army full of women, I'll show you a defeated state. That's why I use the Amazon and Themyscira and all this other kind of stuff, because it only exists. And see, I understand why many black women would say, I would love to come under the submission and authority of a black man, but ultimately there's a low-level lack of contempt and respect, and just an overall fear of black males' ability. Now, there's some women who fear what happens if they get, power. Are they going to do us like we did them? But they're more that they honestly believe that black men, if given when power, are going to abuse it. But that's not a man's nature. It is not our nature to abuse power. It is our nature to draw a circle around the things we quote unquote love and protect them. We are benevolent dictators, but we're dictators nonetheless. And we repel threats and care for what's in here. So while you got black women saying, I don't trust that black men can do it like I can do it. All right. Well, you're taking on all that pressure of the world. Pressure is made for shoulders, not hips. You will break down in this world. You will break down, because this world is not meant to be handled out here by yourself. It's meant to be handled in
I just
groups.
don't know what we're going to do, because women they've come so far, right? Women are already in this place that we are trying to like digress and go backwards, Kevin. I don't don't understand. Like, women are already successful. They're already, getting degrees, already accomplished.
Not really.
I disagree.
Not really. I mean, the numbers don't support that.
The statistics show that more women are
enrolled. You're the most enrolled. You're not the most educated.
Okay,
The largest two employers. The largest two employers of Black women are the federal government and retail.
So what are we asking women?
Hold on. Let me say this. This is important.
Backwards?
You're going backwards already, because in the last 4 months we have sustained what's called a she-cession, a female recession. In 1 month, in December, we lost 880,000 jobs with women.
5 million for women on national.
So that's you. So
Right.
at the end of March, when all of that deferred rent comes due, it's already backwards. See, the problem is women believe they are someplace where they are not. And reality is about to show you real quick that you're not ahead like you think you are.
I didn't say they were ahead, but where do you start? When
the first thing you start with is humility. Humble.
I say it all
the average
the time.
Black woman is far too prideful, far too egotistical to even understand they need the help.
Right.
So here's the one thing, whether you're a Christian or not, pride come before the fall. Either you'll bow down or you'll get knocked down. It's not us. The world is coming to knock you down, because when Neiman Marcus finally goes out of business, and these women who've been in the federal government working at the post office start losing their jobs,
right,
they'll start realizing that the very men that they turn their nose up are the very men they're going to need, so they don't have to eat cat food. This is why I say pride, humility, some humility. And before you can start working with the men, what are you doing with your boys? Show me what you're doing with your boys. Show me what a woman's attitude is with her boys versus her daughters, and I'll show you if that woman is a woman that can be saved. If I see a woman that's telling her, making her boys, putting them in Jordans and pampering him and telling her daughter to go to school and get an education, can't save you. If I see a woman that's saying, you know what, I picked poorly for his daddy, but I'm going to try to see if I can get Mr. Anton or Mr. Kevin to come over here, and I'm going to pay him to be a mentor because he don't owe me nothing. And I'm going to, if I got some resources, I'll make sure my boy get the big piece of chicken. And I'll make sure my boy gets this, because we need men to run this Black community. Don't leave your daughters impoverished, but you have to prioritize your boys.
Right.
And if a woman's not willing to do that with her boys, gentlemen, there's no shot for her doing it for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. I got to run. See ya.
Thank you, Kevin.
I appreciate you joining us, Kevin.
Peace.
All right. Well,
That was
I mean,
good.
with Kevin, with Kevin, he just got so much knowledge. You can't help it. You got to respect him.
Yeah.
it's that wisdom.
It's just that wisdom. And what I hate about a lot of the criticism that I got when I got on his show was that people wanted me to disrespect him, and they wanted me to talk crazy to him. And that was definitely not the intention going on his show. I wanted to go on his show to hear what he had to say about me disagreeing with his ranking system and me disagreeing with the idea of the high value man, not to come on there to degrade him or make him feel anyway. And I hate that people, even especially in our community, because everybody else outside of that was like, I loved your interaction, this, and that. But it was just some of the people in our community who kept telling me you were supposed to come on there. You should have shut him down. You should have called him this. You should have talked about him this way. But it was just no need for that.
I don't believe that interview would have went that far, because
it was no need for it. I mean,
it wasn't no need for it. But me personally listening, I tried to listen to. First thing is this: I listened to this man yesterday for a period amount of time. Like I said, he got long ass shows. I listened to him go in on men. Okay, he go in on men harder than he go in on women. So I had to literally take myself away from it, because sometimes when I feel like when you're giving advice, it needs to be split down the middle, because it's just not always one side. So I that's the problem. One of the problems I have with Jax. One big problem. He tried to make it seem like he was the Messiah and the only man that walks on water, and he was the reasoning for the seasoning. That's what I had a problem with him.
I never listened to him.
Right.
I honestly I can't. I only started because he was he was exposed for cheating. I saw glimpses, like JR said, I saw glimpses because on Facebook, like if you're associated with other groups, of course, stuff comes up, right? So you will see glimpses of somebody, giving you relationship advice. I know he was
2012.
Yeah, he was an advocate for the Black Men Don't Cheat movement. He was an advocate for a lot of the, women increase your standards and don't accept this and don't accept that. So I know that that's his platform and that's his premise. But I don't know a lot about him. Like I didn't watch his show or anything.
Well, that was the
reason
reason why I actually watched him. That was the reason why I watched Kevin, because of Jax. Because me and Jax, he blocked me in 2012 because he started off on Facebook. I guess that's when he was really starting back and then. And it was a comment that he made. And it was funny the way that he made the comment. So I commented, me and my friend, actually, we were going back and forth with it. And he erased all my comments.
Oh.
And he blocked me. Right. So at that particular point, I knew what he was doing. I'm sorry. What he do. And so when I came in to this, I thought Jax and Kevin was on the same level. You know what I'm saying? The pandering, right? So I thought, just listening to and then when I listened to him, I realized that even though he can be an asshole in certain things, he's not pandering. It's a difference. He doesn't pander.
Got to get the show rolling. All right. So I saw a lot of super chats while Kevin was on the show. We definitely appreciate him on there. I want to acknowledge you guys. I can't acknowledge every last one of you guys, but I did see it. I just didn't want it to kind of interrupt the flow of the show.
Oh man.
The show must go on.
I would like to. You can't post any of them. I'd like to see some of them. I can't see the comments. The super chats.
Yeah, I mean, I could just acknowledge some people. Jonathan, Black Titan, Jonathan again. There's a lot of people. It's a lot to go down, but
shout out to you.
Yeah, shout out to you guys. And also to Kalisa. Special thanks for Kalisa, because she always says that we never acknowledge. I want to make sure we get on flowers right here.
I love Kalisa. She is one of our top.
And just in case you guys, I've been muting mics because I was hearing that feedback. So if I muted your mic, I wasn't fighting with you guys. It's just I want to make sure that the message was getting out there.
Well, I do want to say this real quick because I definitely am an avid watcher of Kevin Samuel's show. I was introduced to him like a few months ago, and I was just amazed at the logic that he has and how it makes sense. And I don't think a lot of women give him enough props for what he is doing. Like he's doing God's work. So I appreciate him fully. And then that's how, honestly, I got on your page, Anton, through that. And then I started getting into the Black manosphere because I wanted to learn. I don't think Black women have listened to Black men at all for a very long time. And we've made Black men into what we want them to be instead of what and who they are. And I hate that we have done that, but these are the ramifications of the reason why we have done that. So for me personally, I am definitely a woman that's like, I refuse to continue the cycle of being a bitter single Black woman. I desire a husband, so therefore I'm creating myself to be a wife. And I don't think that particular conversation is being had, nor do I think a lot of Black women are saying that. A lot of Black women are just over talking, being boisterous, being very manly. And I had to learn how to scale that back. And that's what I'm doing. And I just want to see more of that, or Black women saying, hey, Kevin Samuels, hey, O'Shea Duke Jackson, hey, MTR, like, these platforms that men are having that are now speaking freely is definitely important. And if you're desiring a Black man, if you're wanting to marry a Black man, then you need to know who they are. And it's just important that I say that. So I appreciate Kevin Samuels to the fullest. Anton, I appreciate you as well too. JR as well with this platform too. So that's what I want to let you know, that you guys are appreciated.
But you know what? It feels good to see it because you don't see it too often that a woman speaks like yourself as far as some of the principles that need to be said. I mean, it's no shade to people that don't on the panel, but I'm just saying it's good to hear like a different perspective, because we can't grow, we can't learn, because all this time, I mean, even like while we were kids, we probably grew up thinking a certain way. So to have somebody to come in that thinks the opposite of how everybody else thinks, you might not agree in a moment, but you could take this information and just sit back, replay it, and listen. If it makes perfect sense, then you can go out there and you can start putting it out there, putting that same energy out there. So I definitely appreciate you giving your perspective and, you know, owning it.
Thank you.
All right. Just joining us. Welcome to Lapeef, Let's Talk. Moving on to our next topic, which is, and this is in reference to Derek Jackson as well, and also outside of that, but should women take relationship advice from men? Should women take relationship advice from men? I'm gonna start with you, Courtney. I know you had a nice little flow going on there. Should women take relationship advice from men? You can
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Women would be a fool not to. As a matter of fact, your first relationship advice should have came from your father. So, like I said, men are very important. And if you're wanting to marry one, then you need to know who they are, and who's better to teach you who they are than a man. I definitely think that they need to be vetted. So just because a man doesn't mean they give you good advice, because again, you don't know who they are. Like we've been talking about Derek Jackson, people have been listening to his advice, and he's broken up many of the households. There's not been one person that I've ever heard of getting married or their relationship got better by listening to him. So they definitely need to be vetted. But yes, your first relationship advice should have came from your father, should have came from your brothers, a particular man, because that man knows a lot more than you will know as far as with dating and wanting to be with one. So yeah, no, you should.
Tawana, should women take relationship advice from men?
I don't, but
What?
I guess I don't listen to Derek Jackson. I don't listen to Kevin Samuels. I'm not an avid. I do.
Who do you listen to?
I like Lena. She got a YouTube channel. You know, I like her. She's the Black woman. She, you know, she's married. And she is very critical of women and the state we're in and why we're not married. And I love her. You know, I love her advice. But most of the advice that I received about relationships came from women in my life. So like my aunt, you know, she was married for 40 years. My mother, she's been married. Like, you know, even my fiance's mother, who's been married for 50 years, like those are the women that tell me, you know, how to be a woman, how to please my man, like how to keep my house, you know, things
What about
that
your
I need
father?
to do. Me and my dad are very close. You know, I love my dad. You know, we're very close, and
He never gave you no valuable information as far as.
I didn't say that my dad never gave me valuable information.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Well, you
I
said you didn't
say
listen to
that
men, so that's why I just wanted
you
to
asked
ask.
me, should women take relationship advice from men? And I said I don't, and I have reasons why I don't. Now, do I think that we should not listen to men as far as what they want, their desires, their needs, and things like that? Of course, like what a man needs in his relationships, what he wants, what he desires, all those things are important. But everything that I learned about being a wife and a mother and taking care of my home and things like that, I learned it from women, is what I'm saying. And so that's what
What did they tell you?
What have I just what do I do in my relationship?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
So like, what did you learn from them?
I'm not,
What are you currently doing in your relationship?
I mean, mostly, you know, for me, mostly being, you know, a wife, like I am a little traditional in the sense that, you know, I am the person who, you know, cleans. I'm the person who cooks primarily. I'm the person who, you know, takes care of the kids or whatever. So I'm that person, right? Like I know those things, but I also like have a partnership with, you know, my man. I spend time with him. Like I make sure he has time. I know, you know, that's important. So I just feel like I have balance. Like I learned a lot of how to be in a relationship from watching the women around me. And that's why, you know, that's
Your
what
father never gave you no information about men at all.
Well, I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk about my dad's life because I don't want to talk about
like any man.
I don't want to talk about my dad's personal life. All I'm saying is what my experience is and why I take who I've taken relationship advice from. Now, would I ever listen to somebody like Derek Jantz? No, I hate the way he talks too much. Like, I cannot stand listening to his videos, and I don't know how women were able to connect to him and follow him and actually take his advice. It was like me listening to one video was like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. So no, I don't listen to a man like I don't.
Was it ridiculous after he got caught or before?
I've never listened to him. Never. I mean, what? I don't. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of him. And I'm sorry, just because I'm not like, ooh, a man is gonna tell me everything and I'm gonna do exactly what he say. I'm not that type of woman. I'm sorry. I have listened to women most of my life, and it has not steered me wrong as of yet. So therefore, the one time that I didn't listen to my mother or my family is when I did get married and I went against what they said. And absolutely everybody in my family was like, you are making the wrong decision. A lot of people told me that, but me being stubborn and wanting to do it my way, did it the way I wanted to do it.
Come on.
And that's why I was in the situation that I was in. And now I have taken in that relationship. I've seen how other successful marriages have worked. I did the work. I think I'm in the position now, and I feel more comfortable getting married, and I know where I'm getting into this time. And I think that most of my advice came from women in my life who they were doing it. They were wives. I don't know where they got their advice from. Now, that could have came from their fathers. That could have came from their, whomever. I'm not saying that they didn't get their advice from whomever. I'm just telling you who have been instrumental in providing me advice and helping me get, like, especially in my relationships.
Okay.
How can you know what a man wants without speaking to a man? How can you know how to treat a husband without
let's be clear, because I don't think you're listening to me. I never once said that you don't know what men want. Okay, I have said repeatedly that you need to know what men want. You need to know their desires. This question is, do you take relationship advice from men? And I said no. So you don't. I mean, there's a difference between knowing what a man wants, knowing his desires.
The question is, should women take relationship advice?
That's right. Should women take relationship
specifically?
Right. And so here's the thing. I don't think that women should take relationship advice from men, because I feel like people like Derek Jantz, it's another man named Ace, it's the men who take advantage of women. They tell women whatever they want to hear. And then what they do is program women to be like what they think women should be.
That's only like 0.2% of the men that's out here. There's a bunch of men out there.
But
that's probably giving some good information.
I'm not saying those are the only men. Those are two examples.
Right, but we're talking about women as a whole. Should women take relationship advice from men?
And I said no.
None whatsoever. Okay.
I said no.
Anton, should women take relationship advice from men?
Yeah, I think that women should primarily take relationship advice from men, but there's a caveat to that. They should take relationship advice from alpha men. They should take relationship advice from great men, from kings, from winners. And the thing about it is that a lot of women are subjecting themselves to dudes that act like women. So when you see these people like Derek Jackson, they are a reflection of other women's values. These are simps that validate women in order to try to justify or sell a book or get brownie points or make themselves feel better about whatever it is that they're doing, or but these are the type of guys that are not leaders. They are often in the phone, and you'll see one or two slip through. You'll see a Derek Jackson slip through. You'll see a whatever these other type of dudes slip through. But ultimately, you do need to subject yourself and humble yourself. And I use that word all the time. I'm so glad that Kev said it. And the weird part about it is that you see, like when Unc talk, because I talk to him pretty regularly. I talk to him very often. We interact with each other. We talk about money. We talk about certain assets that we have. We talk about the different things that we buy that add value, whatever. We talk about real life stuff because my circle and the people that I associate myself with are high value, right? But when Unc talks, I be quiet and I listen, right? I have mentors too, even though I'm high value. And the whole idea is that when you're able to move a certain type of way, or you're able to identify other people that add value, I'm not trying to overtalk them. I'm not trying to get my point across. I'm not trying to do any of that. I listen and I pay attention and I learn because it's so much that he's taught me. And ironically enough, you know, when I speak, when we talking and we interacting on a personal basis, he does the same thing with me. But my point is that these are characteristics from guys that are at the top of the totem pole and move a certain type of way. And they can really give you some insight if you humble yourself long enough to actually receive the information. Often at times we see this and we see people that say, no, I would never, or no, or whatever. And nobody in particular, but often these type of people are not successful. These are people that have a lot of pride. They have a lot of ego. They have a lot of what they ain't gonna do, and they'd rather be broke than, or rather be by themselves or whatever. If you know, whatever alternative or, you know, the ulterior thing that they said that they wouldn't subject themselves to. These are the people that often die alone, are unhappy, and or they have to settle for a certain type of guy or a beta guy who really at this point in his life is just waiting to wake up. And so when I coach guys, I coach some of the dopest dudes I've ever seen in my life. And I'm talking about millionaires. When I coach women, I'm coaching some of the most successful women in their relationships and their real life that I've ever seen in my life. And you know what they all have in common? They listen to men, real men that's at the top of the totem pole, alpha men that are successful in multiple phases of their life. And the ones that usually find themselves, because you'll see somebody slip through the cracks here and now, of somebody that get lucky or they marry somebody early enough or whatever like that. The ones that usually are the ones that's arguing on all of these chats and Clubhouse and Facebook and Instagram or whatever it is, the ones that's the biggest advocates are usually the ones that's the least successful in their relationship. So to answer your question, JR, they absolutely should be subjecting themselves to and listening to a certain type of men that can give them the information that they're going to need in order to be successful.
Key word is certain men, not all men.
That's why I said better.
Nick, should women take relationship from advice from men?
I'm gonna say it depends. Like I'm just not randomly gonna take relationship advice from a man. Now, if it's a man that I am interested in, absolutely, because this is a man that I want to get to learn. This is a man that I want to get to know. This is a man that I want to get to know what he likes, what he doesn't like. If the interaction is going to be. So yeah, I'm very much open when it comes to that. But just a random guy, no. You know, I'm not, because I don't really see a benefit in it, because and I guess I don't see a benefit in it because I'm not really in that position where I care to learn. Let's just say it in that particular way. I think when I am being approached by a man, or if I start to talk to an actual guy at that particular moment, then I want to learn that particular guy. I want to learn what makes that particular guy tick. I want to learn everything that I need to learn about that particular guy. His wants, his happiness, what he needs, this, what he wants. We talk, we have this, because this is a person that I may potentially be investing in, right? So I want to know everything about you. But even when we go back to that Derrick Jacks, even when listening to him and how he pandered, it just wasn't, it wasn't in me. You were just saying unnecessary. The stuff he was saying was so unnecessary and so just one-sided. Everything was just one-sided when it came to him. So I wouldn't have never listened to that. Like I only, and even with my mom, my family, I looked and I saw my grandmother serve my grandfather. Right. I saw that. I saw my grandmother always have food on the table for my grandfather. No questions about it. Even though my grandmother could make her own money, she never worked, and my granddaddy took care of it. You right? But it was a certain order she had to live by. She was miserable when he died. She didn't remarry again, not because she loved him so much. She said to me, in her quote words, "I did my time, and I'm not going out and get another owner." She felt owned for 40 years. So this is the thing. You say that a single woman can sit and she'll be unhappy, right? But sometimes married women sit and be unhappy as well, too, for the greater good. You understand? She stayed for the greater good so her kids could see that. But she was miserable in that state. He took care of everything. She didn't want for nothing, but she was miserable. Because for her not wanting for nothing, it cost her everything. So when she lost him, she was happy about that. You understand? She was free, and she never got with anybody again. Not because she was very meek. So it wasn't because she just didn't want to have to be subject to another person abusing her in that particular type of way, using that power because he spent money, using that power because he takes care of the home, and holding that over her, walking the way he wants her to walk, dressing the way that he wants her to dress, talking the way that he wants her to talk.
Okay. Well, I think that
I get it.
That's anecdotal.
So when she told me that, when those came out of her words, her mouth, that she spent 40 years miserable, and she did it for the greater kids of her kids. She put up with this man infidelity and everything for her kids. So her kids can have their father in the house. So her kids can see two parents in the house. She put up with that misery. She put up with crying and nights because she decided that was the man she wanted to marry. Right? So you want to say that a woman can sit and she's going to be unhappy because she's single because she doesn't want to choose. She doesn't want to. She chooses herself and say that if she has to go through all of that, I'd just rather be by myself. Doesn't necessarily mean that she got to be unhappy. Like you can't put every woman in a box and say that, well, this is the standard for all. If a woman is single, she got to be unhappy. That's a lie.
Do you want to be single? Like,
okay. Well, yeah. Well, that's anecdotal.
You don't want to be married ever.
I've already been married.
Okay.
I was married.
So you don't want to get married again ever?
No,
you don't want
to do that again. I don't want to get. This is what y'all have to. Every woman ain't the same. Y'all making it seem like every woman walks the same. You say, Courtney, that if a woman doesn't want to get married, she's unhappy. That is a lie. I was married, and I was unhappy married.
Let me tell you, Nick,
it's not a one size fits all.
Hold on, Nick.
You gotta chill for a second. You gotta chill, okay? Because we're going back. This is not the topic, but we can go back, and I don't have no problem. This is why women will be unhappy. You were created. Your purpose is for a man. Whenever you're out of your purpose, you're going to be unhappy. And as of right now, I know that you said that you got, divorced and stuff. But I'm not seeing a happy sister right now.
You're not.
I'm not seeing a woman that's happy. Yeah, because you're out of your purpose.
But ma'am, I was married. If I wanted to stay in the purpose, don't you think I would have stayed married? I was married. That's what y'all don't get.
That's what she's talking about in general as well.
But I was married.
If it did not work,
it's the biggest prize ever to be married.
Nick,
you gotta chill. Right. You gotta chill. If you did not, your marriage didn't work for whatever reason, it's always three parts to a story. Okay. Then now that you're single, then you need to do work on you. You need to get yourself in therapy. You need to work out those issues that you've had and continuously probably still going through. You got to get help for yourself to be whole. Once you're whole, maybe you'll meet a whole man. Maybe you'll meet a man that's not cheating at you, got you at McDonald's. That's not no good dude. High value, low value. Got you screaming over a cheeseburger. What kind of foolishness is that? You have to help yourself. You become whole and you attract what you are. Okay. If you got a whole lot of stuff going on, baby girl, you're going to find another man that's going to give you that same ruckus because you bringing that mess to him as well. But you're not going to be happy living this life alone and broken.
So let me help you,
So
Courtney. I've been to therapy 3 times. And let me tell you why I've been to therapy.
that I've ever
wait
seen
for
on
a
this
second, 'cause
platform that I have not disagreed with.
But I literally been to therapy. So that's cute that
You still
everybody
need to be
says
there.
that. But can I finish though?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
first time that I went to therapy, ma'am, is when I tried to have sex on my own for the first time after when I was raped. And I associated sex as being a bad thing. So I, on my own, went to therapy to help me with that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Second time I went to therapy on
After
my
you finish
own.
this point, let's just try to stay on topic so we can
Yeah.
get to the last
So
topic.
what don't tell me that I need to go to therapy and then say we need to stay on topic, because telling me I need to go to therapy wasn't on topic, right? So then I should be able to address that. If she tells me I need to go to therapy,
But I think that we have to.
that.
I think we got to put this up on like a separate segment of its own. But I think it is something that needs to be spoken about, because I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of women that might be in the same position that you are in. And like a lot of women, and then sometimes when you go get therapy, that second person might not be the right one. So you got to keep shopping around until you find the right person that can reach you to be able to give you that.
Y'all interrupted me and not even letting me finish
Okay,
what was going on.
Baby girl,
a couple minutes.
You didn't,
I don't think you really know anybody.
Because when you have a
Hold on,
pre-notion, when you already have a
Hold on,
pre-notion of a
Solana.
person, it doesn't even matter what she's saying.
Let's be clear.
Because of
No,
the
let's be
interaction.
clear. I don't want nobody beating down someone who came on a show and was vulnerable and shared very vulnerable details about herself. We are not therapists and we are not in any position to tell a woman anything. Okay, but I do. I do. Okay, so all I'm saying is she don't owe any explanation. Let's move on.
But
no one asked her to share that. She did. So because she
I shared it because then he not asked me. Then
no one asked her her background.
Hold on.
That's all I'm saying.
But he asked the question about women far back, about why women don't.
None of us are qualified to give her.
Yeah, but he asked the question about why.
Hey, we need some order. We need some order. So many people talking.
Women on the
But here's the thing. This is what
I don't understand. I don't understand.
It comes down to is that nobody asked you to use your own personal information, but when you decided to volunteer the information and use your own personal situation, it became full game. You decided to volunteer that. Secondly,
I'm okay with that because I'm okay with that. I tell people my story of being raped because other people have gone through that same trauma, and it's not always the thing.
If somebody comments on it, you can't then say, "Well, you can't tell me," because they can, because it's full game. That's number one. Number two, you can't say that you haven't been you are not allowed to finish. You've had more talk time than anybody else on the platform.
Now that's true. You have talked very long. Like we know your story.
I won't say that, but I'm going to say that I have. But what I'm saying is, I'm not telling you. If you tell me I need to go to therapy, how come I can't explain that I already went? Right. That was my only thing. I'm an open book.
All right, y'all. We got to move on to the next topic, or we're gonna be here all night.
You need to continue.
Let's move on to the next topic, y'all. We still got one more to get through.
Yeah.
If you're just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Make sure you guys get those likes up right now and get them shares. We still got one more topic, and somebody might need to hear it. Our next topic is saving the brand. Saving the brand is more important than saving the marriage. Is saving the brand more important than saving the marriage? And this goes back to the Derek Jackson situation. Derek definitely has built the brand, and what we are seeing him do is try to protect the brand throughout all of this, and he doesn't seem to be focusing on the marriage. So the question that I had is protecting. If you're in a situation like that, it doesn't have to be exactly like his, where you are a high value man and you are in a situation, is protecting the brand more important than saving the marriage? Courtney.
Oh, good. Okay, so I battled with this question as well too, because I am pro marriage. However, I understand what a brand can bring. not only wealth within a family, but generational wealth. And if I look at a brand and also trying to mirror that with a marriage, which is business, but also looking that if I created a brand and it's a successful brand and I'm making multi-millions, and I'm looking at a marriage that, well, majority of marriages tend to fail. And if I lose my brand trying to save my marriage, 9 times out of 10, that might fail too. So this was kind of like a hard one for me, but I would be saving my brand. I think Derrick Jackson is in an interesting situation. I think he could really do a rebrand if he get his wife looking a little bit better than what she looked like last video. She looked like a No Limit soldier. We get her, glam her up a little bit, and they could have a whole tour of a redemption tour. She could come up with a book that is to be on brand. A book would sell. She does, the Sarah Jakes and go to different arenas and talking about how she came over infidelity, and a whole lot of bitter women that follow Derrick Jackson will follow her as well too. They could do a whole book tour, call it Sorry Miss Jackson. Like they could put this on brand if they were very smart and had really great PR. So no, a brand is important. A brand will bring generational wealth. And my marriage is for not just me, but it's for my children. It's for anybody else that I can help grow and make money. So I would save my brand.
Tawana, saving a brand is more important than saving a marriage.
Yeah, for some, I think for some people, because they have a brand to protect. So when you're Derrick Jacks, when you're, all of those people on that level, you definitely don't want to lose the brand. I mean, I could think about Kirk Franklin and all the press that's going on around him about him. Like his wife was just kind of right by his side, protecting him, saving his image, trying to, change people's opinion. So I definitely feel like there's many instances where if your husband has a brand that is associated with him, as the wife, you're going to protect that, and you're going to make sure that your financial security is not threatened. And I think that's what Derrick Jacks, I don't think his name is Jackson. I think it's Jacks, right? I think that's what his wife tried to do. She tried to protect the brand. Did it really backfire on them? It did. It didn't actually do exactly what she thought it was going to do, which was kind of give him sympathy and, make sure that people understood him and, maybe renew people's faith in God. I think that's what they thought it would do. But I think that because marriage is also a business to men who of a certain caliber, they definitely feel like they have to protect that brand. And if that means that I have to be married in order for my brand to, be materialized and to bring wealth to me, then that's what I'm going to do. So yeah, I mean, especially in this instance, saving a brand is probably more important than saving the marriage. So even if you unhappy and you got a agreement on the side, that brand is going to be saved. That image is going to be saved, and people care about the image, right? People don't care about if you actually happy. People just care about what it looks like on the outside. So,
Anton, saving a brand is more important than saving a marriage.
I always equate it to saving the bag. So you always got to get to the bag, bro. It's always more important than whatever you're going through in a relationship. And I don't think that the saving the marriage is the priority, because like for me, it is no such thing as divorce. I don't even believe in it. And so, the business of marriage, and that's the thing that I always equate to. And I'm going to talk about it and on another platform. But the whole idea is that marriage in itself is a business. And that's what people don't understand. They always want to equate it to love. And that's the problem. People started marrying for love and started marrying based off of what's best for you and your legacy and what it is that you're trying to build and all of that other type of stuff. And so, when I see people that make decisions based off of how they feel, often at times you can tell that they're not aligned with what marriage really what marriage really is, or even understand that the bag is always more important, because you can always fix a situation, but opportunities present themselves very rarely, and often at times you have to be really prepared and really capitalizing off of the opportunity in order to ensure that you're successful. So I think that situations and marriages and all of that other type of stuff, all that stuff can be saved. That's silly. That's childish. That's, get over yourself. Oh, okay, whatever the situation is, you fix that, right? But you can never recreate certain opportunities. Sometimes lightning strikes twice, but you never get a second chance at a first impression. So you always want to save the bag and prioritize that over the people, because people come and go. People feel how they feel, but you can never recreate a situation or a circumstance in which you can rebrand yourself. So I always say protect the bag, 100%.
Nick, I want you to keep it brief too. Saving the brand is more important than saving the marriage.
Yeah, I agree. The brand. Especially when you're dealing with a certain type of person, you already know going in, right? So, I mean, the only difference I would have done is I would have been looking like the Queen of Zamunda sitting on the couch next to him. Like you putting me in this shit. I'm gonna be the baddest bitch ever to let these females know that, yeah, I know about you. That I just don't think she was prepared in that situation, and they changed it and made it more about her than him because of the way that she came out. And I feel like if you're gonna come out as a brand and your union is to make people think so much to speak that y'all stand united, whatever, you should have been coming out looking like royalty. You understand what I'm saying? You should have been coming out like they came out on Coming to America. It should have been nothing that's in there. It looked scripted. It didn't even look like it was a natural type of thing. If you're trying to convince, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to work together to get that bag to I get it. At this particular point, you didn't just admit it to literally smashing a busload of bitches, right? So you just literally with that. So I this is what it is you agreed to, and because of the fact that you put me in this house, right? I don't have to work. I don't have to do anything. People could talk how I dress, but I can afford to dress however I want to for real in my private life. So I know all of this. So yeah, I'm gonna sit on this couch with you, but I'm not gonna sit on this couch looking like Raggedy Ann. I'm gonna sit on this couch looking like the baddest ever. So people can, so it looks like nothing can break this. It looks like their marriage is in trouble. When you look at them, it don't look like a unity. It look like she was being forced. Mm-hmm. If it's the brand and the brand should count, she should have looked like a brand. She didn't look like no brand yesterday, but neither did he. He didn't look like no branding. He looked like a thief the first time he did the thing by itself when he was sitting in that office, and then when he came back with her.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So I think that it's the brand. I think when you get to a certain part of it, saving the brand. Why lose both? Why lose the marriage and the money? Yeah. At that point.
All right. We got a caller. Go ahead, caller. You got a question or comment for the show? What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name's Sim. I'm from New Jersey.
All right.
And I just got a couple of comments about, you guys said a lot tonight, boy. But I'm going to have to rock with Tawana on this one tonight. We could, first thing is we throw out a lot of terms out and just group them up, and that's the first mistake. Just because you're born a male doesn't make you a man. In order to be a man, you have to have honor and integrity. So a lot of these comments about high value, you should be looking for high quality, man. That's right. Your money don't make you high quality, and that's why we have this issue with this so-called cheating and all they're not high quality, man. If you got to lie to a female in order to have another female, you ain't shit anyway. You're not even a man. That's on a basic level. You don't need money for that. That's why Pookie and Ray Ray be banging these brothers, because you don't have to lie to no female to be with another one. So right there, your character's weak when you got to lie to a woman just to be with another one. So right. All your money, all your riches, and you got to lie, that shows you ain't worth nothing. Second thing is, just to let you ladies know, I think her name is Michelle and Nix, we can sugarcoat it all you want, but the whole thing about it is that when you have a man that leads with his money, he a trick. You know, and a woman who is with a man just for his money, she's a whore. So that's the first thing about it. You can sugarcoat it all you want, Antoine. You can make the faces, dog, but that's a trick in the whore. And that's the type of, women only reflect what you are. If a woman looks up to a man for his money, she's a whore. And if she looks up to a man with honor and integrity, she's going to have peace with herself. And he still could get the bag. You don't have to be an extreme of just one way or the other. Because men with honor and integrity give money too. And you don't have to cheat. That means when you cheat, that means you have low character and you have no discipline.
We're going to find out.
Because it's easy. It's easy to sit there and just say, well, I got money, so I deserve to be in a position. You can get women without having money. So that's a trick mentality. And maybe a lot of you high value men don't. I'm not saying you, Anton, because you seem pretty decent. But a lot of, like Tanya says all the time, all these dudes ain't high value. These O'Shea Jacksons and all these other YouTubers, you go overseas and get whores from Tijuana. Just because you got money, that don't mean nothing. You're still a trick. Money only make you who you are. You can have, if you were a trick in high school, you're going to be a trick with money, regardless. That's all you are, a bigger trick. You got a big boat and you still tricking. That's it. So black women, look for high quality men. Stop falling for these dudes who got a message about my money, my money, my money. And that's the reason why I go out here and cheat. Most of the time, them dudes never got girls when they was growing up. That's the truth. And now that they got money, they want to exercise it, as Kevin Samuels says, about all this. He calls himself a Christian, and he tells you after 3 dates you should give your vagina up because he bought you lobster and shrimp. That's some bullshit.
Can he hear me?
I like the high.
I don't want him to leave.
He's so lost.
I like the
Anton trying to talk to you. Can you hear Anton?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear him. I put my YouTube on low so he could talk, so I don't have no feedback.
Can you hear me through the phone is what I'm wondering.
I don't think he can.
All right, let me address this really quickly. So this is the difference between, first of all, he talking about regular.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
He talking about regular people, right? I'm talking about people that's married. All right. So when you talking about spending money, first of all, I hear myself talking. Now.
Hold on. Let me try to mute him.
This is about to be a real teachable moment. First of all, when it comes down to it, women desire men differently than men desire women. So if you're talking about a woman that wants a guy for his money, when the overwhelming majority of women desire provision and protection, and that's the priority for a woman, it's not about what he looks like. It's not about his character, because you can be the most godly man in the world and you broke and ain't no woman trying to marry you. We're not talking about smashing. We're not talking about Pookie and Ray Ray. We're not talking about getting a chick temporarily. We're talking about the women that's looking to marry, a man that's looking for a woman to have his child. It's a different dynamic. And so when you take that into consideration, it's a whole nother ball game. So the things that he's talking about don't align. It sounds like you are not the type of dude that's actually getting the resources. And as a result, you lash out at the type of dudes that actually have the resources to live a certain type of lifestyle and are the most desirable. Just because I have the resources don't necessarily mean that I'm tricking. So you saying a dude that leads with his money, but the reality is that any guy that's spending resources to move around a certain type of way or to afford a certain lifestyle for the women that's around him, that type of money that he's spending don't even mean nothing to him. He's spending it as a convenience for him to make his life easier, not to please a woman. So it's a certain type of mentality that you have to understand. And I understand that you're not even in certain circles, because the way you speaking like a basic dude in high school. You talking about dudes in high school. Fam, this is a whole nother level of moving around in society. We talking about marriage. We talking about relationships. We talking about building brands. We talking about the idea that a woman aligning with a guy, right? Because even if you look at the presidency, the idea of it is that I think it's only been one single president in our entire lifetime. They align with each other because they understand the business of marriage. So it's not tricking when you at a certain level, when you operating out of convenience and you moving based off of what the brand requires versus somebody that's out here tricking and just spending money on women just to impress them. It's a whole nother level of competing and moving. And I don't think he really get it, because he's speaking like he's still in high school instead of speaking of a guy that have a certain level of resources that move out of convenience. We not even on the same wavelength, fam. You can't even talk to me like that, because I'm up here, even in my mentality, and my resources is a reflection of that. And you way down here trying to validate women and speaking against the unk as though he didn't really make some really great points. And you speaking out of emotion. You got to get your bag up, get your resources up, get out of your feelings, and stop talking about how you feel versus talking about what the facts are.
Yeah, I think he's speaking like women.
Hello?
Yeah, I don't know if you caught all of that. It's probably coming as like a delay.
Go ahead.
Can I just respond to him?
Yeah, go ahead.
Please respond.
Hello?
Yeah, can you turn YouTube down in the background so we can hear you?
Okay.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I think you're a little off. First of all, you don't know me, because I own 3 trucks and I've been driving trucks for 15 years. So no, I may not be on your level, whatever you think that is, and I'm not emotional at all, trust me. Mm-hmm. So I'm just talking facts. As far as what I know,
I accidentally hung up on him by accident. Yeah.
Dang.
I'm gonna try to call him back. Got too many calls coming in.
I love a confident man.
Yeah.
I can't stand with dudes.
He was speaking with a lot of feeling.
Yeah, I can't stand when dudes pander to women in order to try to make themselves feel better about how they like. Come on, man. Just because a woman agrees,
if you watching, call back.
That align, bro. Get out your feelings, man.
Yeah, I hope he calls.
And and 3 trucks is not even remotely on the level to even be having this conversation with me, bro. Let's be clear. Like, if that's what you,
one thing I like about him is
he
don't have to offend people to get his point across.
Why you gotta belittle his job, though?
He don't have to belittle anyone.
Why you gotta belittle his job?
He led with violence.
Oh no, this.
So I responded to him.
Johnson, somebody else, not the last.
He did not lead with violence.
He did.
All right, we're gonna see if we can get him back on there. We got another caller right now. This is Jonathan. Go ahead, Jonathan. Where you calling from?
I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, what's your question or comment?
Well, first of all, I just want to say that, like, that last caller, with all due disrespect, that last caller was a complete loser, in my opinion. Because when people talk about being high value, we're not talking about tricking. We're not talking about just, trying to flex, like, and do money phones and stuff like that. We're talking about a whole different level of living life, right? So I just want to point that out. I don't even want to go on that caller, but I just want to ask Courtney real quick, like, can she mentor some of these younger women out here? Because she's just, speaking true facts the entire show.
Well, when I do post stuff on my Facebook, and I get called a pick-me, which is fine. So I get called a pick-me because I advocate for Black men. I advocate for Black men because I'm a product. I have an amazing father. I have a great stepdad, and I got 3 amazing brothers. So I grew up in a household with amazing men. And I find it very disrespectful when women think they're settling for a man when 9 times out of 10, a man is settling for you because he has a majority of pick in this world besides you. I think it's disgusting when women say they don't need a man when we do. There's not a woman in this world that wants to do this alone. There's not a woman in the world that wants to pay 100% of her bills. These are just facts. And that first caller, he's speaking because he wants women to advocate for him and to believe what he believes. But the truth of the matter is, women are attracted to men that's well off. It's always been that. So therefore, instead of you, because you don't have it, then maybe you should level up and you would get the pickings that these higher level men do. But he don't want to have that conversation because that would make him change. Women don't want to have these conversations because it will make them change. People don't want to change, and that's what I'm learning. So yeah, no, I do speak. I have no problem with that. I'm very confident in what I believe and what Black women should be acting like, and therefore it'll get us a better result. Did you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
this is Tim.
Okay.
I'm back.
All right. Yeah. So
that's all I had to say.
Yeah, I think he heard you.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Carl. This is the same caller that got hung up on.
Yeah, this is me.
All right, go ahead and finish your statement.
I think, Courtney, you're not listening. I didn't say I was broke. I own 3 trucks, my own company. So if making 150, 200,000 regularly for the past 8 years is not enough for you, then I understand. But I never said I was broke. And I didn't say women aren't to be provided for. And I'm not saying I'm rich. And I know, Antoine, that's not enough for you, but I'm not dating you. So you need to get out your feelings.
Right.
But what I'm saying to is I'm not pandering to women because I'm talking about the Black community in whole. There's enough blame to put on both sides. I'm not saying that women are perfect and Black men are perfect. What I'm trying to offer a solution, which is stop falling for the Derek Jacksons and the people out here that's telling you that one thing when it's just not true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be provided for and that you should have a guy working at McDonald's, because I don't work at McDonald's. So I don't know if you're hearing in that, Courtney, but again, if my 150, 200,000 is not enough for you, then yeah, you should go over to the Anton side and see how that works out for you, because those guys like Antoine said, and as well as Kevin Samuels, is only 10% of men.
That's enough.
So go for that. But that's fine. You have that right to. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that either. And I'm not against Anton either, because I think he brings up a lot of good points about how to get money. I'm all for that. But what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be an extreme of all or nothing. In the sense of if you're not making $7 million and telling women that they got to bow down, that you less than, that's crazy.
He just gave his opinion. He didn't disrespect.
Well, no one's disrespecting
And I don't think
him.
that to devalue him just because you feel like a man should make a certain amount of money, and they have.
No,
Anton, you said that he
Well,
doesn't.
you did disrespect, because the first thing you said is I must be broke,
Yes,
and I'm trying to cater to women, because I'm not catering to women.
I'm not even
because
talking about you right
listen,
now,
if you think the solution is to sit here and just blame each other, as a Black community, we've been blaming each other for centuries about who's right, who's wrong. The Black woman ain't this. We got dusty Black men. We go back and forth all day, and the only solution we got is you should be underneath me and I should be underneath you. That's not a solution, because it's never going to happen.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
That's what I asked.
Hold on,
let's be more realistic about this and say maybe we need to change.
Everybody got to answer.
Men and women need to change our thinking and stop believing the unrealistic, because everybody's not you, Anton. That's the reality of it.
But hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I want you to hold tight real quick. He's about to respond, but you're going to catch it on small delay.
The thing that I'm saying, Tawana, is that he a grown man. He can fend for himself. You ain't got to defend him. He can stand on his own 10 toes.
Listen,
that's number one.
That's not the purpose of the show, though. The purpose of the show.
You can't tell me what the purpose is. We 2 minutes talking.
But you can't tell me.
So here's the second.
You can't tell me that I can't say. He talked about how he agreed with opinion that I came up with, Anton. So all I did was support that and support him in his.
He don't need. He heard it. The audience heard it, and he don't need.
So I responded just like you did, just like Courtney did. That's all I did. So for you to sit here and get you retaliating because I have an opinion about what he's
retaliating. I'm just saying that this is not about you. What I'm telling him is that, and what I want to ask
about
him
me.
before.
I don't understand what you're saying. I love how you try to spin this. I don't understand how you trying to spin this. I didn't say one thing about me. What I said was that I felt that man deserved respect because he didn't disrespect anybody on the panel, and he didn't devalue any type of man. All he did was give his opinion about the type of women that Black women should appreciate over the ones we should not. And that, to me, he said high quality over high value. And he said that realistically, knowing that high value men are this small in our community. So let's look at other ways to appreciate and understand men. Just like Kevin Samuels said, all of these women are going after a small population of men that don't even really exist. So all he's saying is, listen, we got these high quality men. We got men, him making 150 to 200K, which is a good salary, which can sustain a family, which will be enough for a woman who's making what? Under, like if you making under 60, under 70, for instance, and you're with a man who's making 150, 250, you can have a beautiful life. So you don't have to You don't have to go after this small population of men when there's many men out here doing this. And that's all he said. And I agreed with that. And I didn't think that he needed to be devalued or belittled or talked about as if he was a beta or even criticized, because he did not. He came with confidence, respect, and he talked about his position. But we don't like to see that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. What's missing is it's not just about money. And we keep talking about high value men. It's not just about money. It's a particular essence that they have that women are attracted to. There's a whole lot of men that does well. But if they don't come with something that's a little bit more that women are attracted to, that a lot of women are turned off. Not saying that they should not be shouldn't be with. I'm saying yes, you should be with the man that's going to love you regardless of financial. But what we're saying realistically, women want a particular type of dude, and money is a big thing, but it's also other factors with it. That's fact.
And nobody's missing that. And I don't know what you think, why you think people are missing that. Nobody's missing that.
Why you're speaking for all women though? You're like you're putting all women in the same category. That's what you want.
Majority of women.
Right, but you can't speak for every woman.
You say majority.
But even that when you speak, you say women. Every time
majority of women, I'm speaking of majority.
What's going on, Chicago? Really, what's your thought?
Them all.
A man making 150. A man taking care of himself, that can come on and support his position and ain't afraid to. And
if he's gonna cheat on him,
he's all right.
He's not able to be a leader and lead the house with that money, have a little swag. No, he's gonna be single.
What's going on, Chicago, Rella?
He might not be the man for you. Like he might not be the man for you, but he'll be perfect for someone else.
With it, I love a man that's a blue collar hard worker, a mechanic, a plumber. I think that's attractive. I'm not speaking on me. That's an anecdotal thing. What I am saying and what I am seeing completely when women call into Kevin Samuels or other shows, women want a particular type of man that they cannot get. And they're not speaking on how can I get a good man. They're wanting to know how to get a high value man. That is what he's not calling women. Women are calling him. Every single woman has been that way. But we're not going to
focus on Kevin Samuel's population, okay? But there is so many other women in this world. Like there's women who don't call Kevin Samuel show, who's not aware of him. There's women that we're speaking to who don't believe in those things. So why are we always constantly speaking to women who are a small set, as if they represent every woman? You yourself just said that you are okay with dating men who are blue collar. So
I'm not every woman.
We're talking about women differently who don't even represent any woman on this panel.
Wait,
go ahead, Chicago.
You said something, right? You said that the women that call on Kevin Samuel's show represent a small part of the population. Most of the women that call into his show are the average everyday woman. It's only when he asks them what do they want, and when you drill down, it boils down to what? They don't pay significant bills after they give after they give birth. They don't want to pay significant bills. So then when you drill down more and you say, well, how much would it cost if the man is footing the bill? You end up with a six-figure man.
Okay. Wait. Let me ask you this though. I've seen several shows, and all of the women. The one girl was owned her own vet, and she was making over 150. The other light-skinned woman, she was making 175. So I see women who are high earners calling him as well. No, so I have not seen. I have not seen all of his shows.
I've seen more than 7.
I have seen it. What I'm saying is we're talking to a small set of women.
You're not though.
Yes, we are.
Women, listen, Tawana.
We're
most of the women. Listen, most of the women that call into the show, I'm being honest with you. Most of the women, not all. I said most of the women represent. They are average everyday women, and I have seen more than 7 shows. I'm telling you, he takes multiple calls, right? Of those multiple calls, I would say 7 out of 10 are average earning. He just told y'all he had a woman on there making 50,000, talking about she need a man with earning $500,000.
Okay, but
wait.
You're in our group, correct?
Correct.
So we've had posts where when we've asked women, what type of man would you date? Would you date a man this? And all of them have said, I have either dated this person or that I will date a man who's making this salary. And they have no problem dating a man. And not it's some women that say, oh yeah, I want a high earner. But most of the women are always saying, yes, I'm okay with dating a man that makes this salary.
Hey, listen,
If they're ambitious.
I don't want to belabor the point because I don't want to run up the platform. But what I'm saying is this: most people don't even get down the brass tacks of it, because what I'm saying, what the brother does that I think is so dope is that he drills down. So even those women in that group, if we were to ask them, do you want to work to pay significant bills after you give birth? I would love to see the answer to that question from women in our group or in the group, right? And then number two, how much would a man need to earn if he's going to be the primary earner? When you get down to it, because there was another call I was watching him talk to the other day. She didn't even know. She didn't know like how much a person would need to earn to take care of her, himself, and the two to three kids that she wanted, right? That's more than 6 figures. We're not talking high value. That's high earner, right? And the world, as we know, and if you listen to the brother, what he said, what the reason why he harps on that is to point out, I hate to say it like this, but to point out the delusion of some people, right? That think that $100,000, number one, is not a lot of money. And then $100,000, will afford you, a particular type of lifestyle. It doesn't. You have to do your research. You have to plan your work and work your plan. But I did want to belabor the point. I just wanted to get in there real quick because we keep having these conversations about high value men on this platform and in the group. And it's like, I think Courtney was saying earlier, like we're conflating definitions. The high value man is a specific definition. You was asking earlier, well, how come other men can't be a high value man, right? They can't be a high value man because the first benchmark that you have to hit is you have to make 6 figures, right? And that
was a rhetorical question because I already understand the answer. I knew what it was.
You speak on it from a conflated viewpoint. And so listen, when the brother from New Jersey just called, right? And he validated you, right? Because you be on this platform, you be like, I don't want no validation, I don't need no validation,
I don't.
Yeah, but the brother just validated you, and you was like, yeah, Anton, you can't say nothing to him because he validated my.
No, this is what I said was why are we devaluing him or belittling him?
Because he led with violence. He said, listen,
and that's
he led with violence. He chose violence.
But this is the thing: when people come on the show and say negative things toward me, nobody stands up and say anything, and I think that that's not right. So I feel like if someone comes on the show and they're peaceful, then there's no need for us to attack them, and that's just my opinion.
No, but that's why. That's my opinion. Listen. Wait. Let me tell you why. And I'm not far be it from me to speak up for a 38-year-old grown man. Let me tell you why Anton chose that position. He started talking about men who lead with their wallets. Then Anton made a face. Then he said, you can screw your face up if you want to. Now, as a man,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. As a man, I'm going to address that. And that's what the brother did. And sometimes, and this is what I say for y'all women, like real talk. Sometimes when you see brothers dealing with each other, let them brothers deal with each other. That's what Anton was trying to do. I'm not trying to be funny. Yeah. That's what he was trying to do. So thank y'all for welcoming me to the show.
All right.
I love the.
All right, caller. I call this Sam. He calling back again for closing points. Go ahead, Sam.
But let me just.
The only thing I wanted to say to Courtney was the fact that you mentioned Kevin Samuel's show because I watch it as well, and you said that most of the women that call there, they want high value men, which is true. But then what your statement is exactly what the problem is. Kevin Samuels tells 90% of the women that call there that they're not even qualified.
Correct.
So at the end of the day, all the women that call his show are single. And according to Kevin Samuels, they can't get a high value man. So therefore, what I'm saying is, what's the solution? Because that's what he's telling them to their face. They're not qualified. So you want to be on a show that tells 90% of women you're not even worth being with. Is that the solution?
But that's not what he's saying.
Wait,
hold on.
Well, let me address.
That's not what he's saying. That's you.
That's
You
not,
got that message misconstrued. That is not what Kevin Samuel's saying. That's like me going. That's like me going to the bank and asking for $1 million loan. You know what they're gonna tell me? Yo, Chicago, really, you don't qualify for the loan. All he's doing is taking the information from the sisters and spitting right back to them. That's what he's saying. He's not. It's not according to Kevin Samuels. They don't qualify. That's based on their own work and the information that they feed to that brother. That's not him making a judgment call. That shows up in real life.
It is according to them because he asked for their height, their weight, and how much they want. So
that's not. That's according to.
But here's the thing. He should. These women that are calling in are wanting a particular type of man. They don't qualify. The issue is, and how we can get over this, is women understanding and get out of their delusion. These women are delusional. You want this type of man, but you're fat, you're combative, you're not well kept. What man? What a 50K earning man wants that? No man wants. That's why they're single. So the thing is, these women are wanting something, but they're so deluded.
I agree.
Okay, so then that's what Kevin Samuel does. He opens people's eyes. He's like, look at what you're wanting. Look at what you are. You are not. You are single.
Courtney, you're saying this, but at the end of the day, so 90% of the women don't qualify to be with a high value man, and then the ones that do should expect to be cheated on.
I mean, you keep saying cheated. I wouldn't say cheated. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Y'all exacerbating something that's really, really simple. When you talking how, I don't even know why we even having a conversation on high value. It's real quick, and I can ride out.
You did it 3 times. You supposed.
Nah, bro, hold on, real quick. 2 points, real quick. When you talking about how we act like we don't understand that people in a certain tax bracket don't move a particular type of way. We acting like women aren't out here being groomed to go chase certain men, knowing the lifestyle that comes with that. I think that's absolutely asinine. Nobody's saying, and the crazy thing is, for me personally, why are we having this discussion now when it's been going on for ages? Why is this so appalling to people now? Women who chase those men know what they get. Women who chase and I'm not saying they have value, but what I am saying is women who chase entertainers, athletes, celebrities, you know what you're getting. You're not going to be the main one. Where do you think side chick come from? Where do you think work wife come from? Right? Like, why are we even having this conversation? How value have options they cheat or they exercise their options? However you want to look at it. Why is this even a big deal? It should be, okay, that's true. I see it. Move on.
Facts.
All right, caller. Go ahead and get you up off of here. Make some room for somebody else. Yeah. Appreciate you calling in. Thank you, Sam.
Thanks a lot, bro.
All right. Nick, you good?
You muted. You muted, Nick. Nick.
I'm just. Yeah.
Okay.
It makes me want to stay single. Because it makes me feel like at this particular point, it's so much that you have to do, right? You have to groom. You have to be groomed for a particular type of man, right? And you may get them. You may.
That's only if you want. Do you want that type of man? It's only if you want that type of man.
But I'm just talking about for any man. I feel like
you gotta be groomed for that.
Right. But what I'm saying is that I don't want to be. That's what I'm.
Wait. And that's true.
I don't want to.
I heard you say earlier, hey, I'm cool with being single and dying alone. Great. I agree with Courtney too, though. Like, if we're on our purpose, the woman, if you're a Christian and you believe in the Bible,
but I'm not.
That's fine. But what I'm saying, if not you, I'm talking to the general audience, because I know we do that on this show a lot too. We get anecdotal when it's convenient, and then we generalize when it's convenient. Whatever our narrative, what we're trying to push. So I'm gonna keep it general. I'm not talking about you. But if you, not you, but you believe in the Bible, Eve was brought to Adam as a helpmeet, right? Not a slave, right? She was brought to him as a helpmeet. What is a helpmeet? A helper that's suitable for the vision and the mission. That's what the woman's purpose is. You assisting that man. When I watch Anton, and I'm gonna big you up real quick, Anton. When I watch Anton's video and I watched him do that thing for his wife on her birthday, man, you could tell that man is honoring his wife because of what she's invested into and the sacrifices that she's made for him. Right. That woman is a helpmeet, suitable to their mission, right? So if you want to be single, man, more power to you. I'm not built like that. I need a boot.
Right, but and this is what I have a thing about it. It's cool that you're not built like that. It's cool that you're not built like that. But for you to try to tell another person you're not happy, because I could tell that you're not happy. Maybe because people keep telling me that I'm not happy because nobody actually walked the way I walked. So maybe me wanting to be single is for me to be able to sit with me, just me, because I've been in relationships.
Well, I do think that
my whole entire life, right? For almost. So this feels good because I haven't been happy in relationships.
I do think we do a good job of listening to the other side. Like,
right.
I know I'm going to be married, and I am getting married. You know, we all in relationships, and we all want to be happy. But it's hard for us to hear the opposite side, where the people who say, that's not what I want. And it is difficult because in our mind or in the world, it's so many people who say that's what they want, that's what they yearn for, that they want to be in relationships. And like, I don't want to put my feelings or even other people's feelings on any individual. But I will say that there is happiness in, partnership and marriage. And, because you had bad experiences, don't give up on that. I just think that there is things you can do to heal from it. I think we try to, we all see that there is some trauma and there's some things that you need to heal from. And I think that's the only message that we're trying to say is like, I hope you're not giving up on love because of everything that you experienced. And I hope that it is a genuine reason why, you prefer to be single and not as a result of you not being able to learn, how to partner with a man and how to work with a man. I guess that's and I think that it can come across.
Yeah,
people don't consider your feelings, and I think
Gorilla.
Yo,
hey, I'm gonna put you down in the room real quick and bring up somebody that's hopping off for a second.
Chicago Gorilla.
Yeah, Shawana.
You better get my damn name right.
What's going on, AJ? You got a question, a comment for the show? Welcome.
How y'all doing? Just a little comment to kind of piggyback off of the last caller. Actually, I was surprised that not many of y'all mentioned it, but Kevin Samuels, he actually does offer solutions. A lot of times he has to expose your delusion to get you to the point to where you're ready to listen, and then he offers up different scenarios. He say, why can't you get a guy making 80,000? What's wrong with them? And sometimes you can hear it in their voice, and they'll just straight up say, I don't want that. And then he tries to dig deeper and say, well, what does your father do? Your parents married. And then he'll offer up, maybe you're broken, maybe you need some counseling. There's things, we can't pretend that every woman that's available is ready for the most basic relationships, not just marriage and high value. How about a basic relationship? Because a lot of them are single, most of them are single and single with baggage, emotional and whatever. So I think that caller, I think, he was just a little bit, he didn't really take from Kevin Samuels the whole entire pie, because I watch all of his stuff, and he does offer solutions. He tells you, hey, you're out of shape, and he ain't talking about, and he'll get off of for the high value man. He'll say that's for your health.
Right.
How about we go work on that? For you. So he does offer solutions for women but I think exposing them up front for the delusion is important off top. Because you have one Kevin Samuels, but you got 10,000 dudes in her DM telling her she fine, just like she is. she don't gotta change. And then she got all her girlfriends telling her, "Oh, girl, you good. You ain't got to worry about that. Your horse gonna come in." Yeah. So I just wanted to say that. You know, I love the show. I love the energy. I appreciate y'all. And I'll just listen.
I think that
appreciate you, AJ.
It turned into Kevin Samuels' conversation, but it was really about Derek Jackson. And I mean, we did. I understand Kevin Samuels was on the show, but that's not really what we started the conversation about. It was supposed to be kind of centered on Derek Jackson, his situation, and somehow we didn't spiraled into validating Kevin Samuels and how his people. I mean, and that's not. I don't watch his show enough to be like, oh, this is the type of demographic he have, and this is the women. I mean, I've watched several. I've watched a ton because of this show, and I've heard his ideas, and obviously I've been on his show. But I just feel like we all have different experiences, and we don't really consider that. We all just kind of talk from whatever we think a representation of the women we are around, or the representation of the people who we feel like are in our circle. And we all have those experiences. So I don't really see, like the first caller said, what's the solution? I don't really see the solution. I just see a bunch of, well, this is what they want and you all don't have it. And this is what we need and you don't get it. So I don't really see the solution, except like Neek said, she's scared to even kind of go there, or she don't even want to go there because it just seems so scary. And I don't want you to feel that way, because there are men who are good men who don't,
I know that.
That way.
But this is what you get. I do know that. I do know that there are good men. I have them in my family. My stepfather is excellent. I love him to death. So I know men that are good. For examples, but mine stem from a childhood trauma. What I'm trying to get people to understand, it's not always about your mama. It's not always that your mother didn't do a good job in raising you, and it was that my trauma came from men. And I know a lot of men don't want to hear that, but at 15 years old, it wasn't my mama that did that trauma to me. So it was me trying to figure out how to live and be able to push past it so I can be able to. Yeah. But then the type of men that I encountered, because I'm the one that did the choosing, right? I actually furthered that trauma even more to the actual path, the purpose of the trust, right? So when I got married, I couldn't be 100% of what I needed to be, because I couldn't trust him to be a husband all the way. Because of the stuff, even with me learning how to deal with it, because letting it go, we both came to the conclusion that I couldn't do that, because it was a family member that did it to me, and I had to be around this family member for 30 years. So I found the way to be able to deal with it, but not enough to keep a marriage from it, right? Yeah. So I know it's me. So a part of me wanting to be single is to be able to sit in my own, so I can figure out what it is and the pattern of why I keep choosing the same people over and over again, right? Mm-hmm. So I haven't been as happy as I was now, because I don't have anyone that I have to answer to. It's just me. So I'm sitting with me and getting to know me at this. So that's a happy place for me. You know what I'm saying? To getting to know, and I'm not being dictated by anybody else. So that's what I mean by being single. Not like, oh, I'm being, it's a scary thing. And then for me to be able to know how to trust men, I got to get to the place where I can do that. And I can do that with.
I mean, I honestly feel like, you probably, you got to be in a good mental space to be in a relationship. I mean,
yes, you do. You have to. 100%.
That's just true. That's just
you have to.
So I think that you're making the right decision in that regard. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that you should be in a relationship if that's what you're struggling with and you need to heal from that stuff. So, I mean, and you represent tons of other women who probably are not ready for these types of commitment. And what solutions do we have to get through that? Because you said you tried counseling. So was it because you wasn't consistent, or did you like?
No, I went 3 times to counseling for 3 different reasons at 3 different stages in my
actual. You didn't stay consistent with it and like stay.
No, we went through this. You don't go to counseling forever and ever and ever and ever and ever into those particular type of situations. No, so I went specifically for specific reasons. That's when the first one was to be able to be in a room alone with the guy.
Yeah.
be able to do that, and then for the other one to be able to deal with the anger issues that came from it. So, and how to be able to deal with the situation. So it's just to give a different perspective that everyone, when they see like they see a woman and it's like, oh, she's broken, it's because it's the man that she chose. Sometimes it's not about the man that she chose. Sometimes stuff gets taken away from her and she's trying to learn how to adapt to it. So and do what makes her feel safe, because that's really when y'all talk about this money thing, it's foreign to me because I don't care about a man with money. I care about protection.
Nick, one reason, because I want to talk to Chicago Real, because he always coming at me when he come on this show, and I feel like I need him to, like, explain it. But here's the thing with you, Mr. Rilla.
Come on, put me in place. Put me in my place.
You're the one who centers on the.
I just put it in a private show. We're about to wrap up.
You're the one who centers on that. Nobody. I hate to center on that. I really wish we would talk about what we so-called the average men more, or the men that are really attainable to women, and really, elevate that instead of highlighting these men who are probably unrealistically never going to have any of the women that we are speaking to, if we're being completely honest.
Mm-hmm.
I wish we would talk about these type of men a little bit more in a healthier way, and not make them seem like beta men or men that are less than or less valuable to us as a unit.
Yeah. So
that's what I hate about the show sometimes.
We do. We call it settling.
I don't call it settling.
Oh, Courtney muted herself. Or Courtney got muted.
I said we do, but we call it settling. When a woman can't understand where she can't get what she wants, and then she's like, well, I could settle for a man making 40K, but he has to be, meaning he has to make more money. A woman thinks she's settling for an average man. That's the problem. But women don't understand that these men are settling for you.
I think that it's the way we talk about it that can change. Oh, I'm sorry. JR is wrapping it up.
He hit you with that Dave Chappelle. Wrap it up, B. Wrap it up. Better wrap that gavel up, B.
It's the way we talk about average men that makes it seem like they're not worthy of dating women. It's not that women don't think they're worthy. It's the way we speak about them that makes it feel like, oh, if you date a man who, my dad worked 25 years at CTA, he retired, but he took care of his family. So if we date a man like that, he ain't worth nothing. You know what I'm saying? I just think that's, I don't know, it's our mentality.
Great show. Good show, fam.
All right, we definitely appreciate you, Chicago. Really, you stay loyal, so we definitely humble for that. I see the hat. Thank you, Courtney. Thank you, Nick. Tawana, Anton, y'all already know what it is. We appreciate you guys for tuning in tonight to Lapeef. Let's talk. Make sure you guys always hit those likes, subscribe, and share. Set the notifications too, so y'all won't miss the next one. Until next time, we out.
I think I'm gonna let you go ahead and do your after hours thing, JR. This is. I think I'm gonna go ahead and sign off, bro. I'm not built for this, bro.
I appreciate you. And we'll chop it up tomorrow. Appreciate you guys rocking out. It definitely was a long one. 3 hours and 24 minutes. We had a good time. I enjoyed it. Hope you guys definitely learned some things. I hope we was able to bring some value to you guys, because definitely was a lot of gems that was dropped tonight. Definitely appreciate Kevin Samuel stopping through. It's always good. I appreciate all the super chats as well. Your beer gang. You know what it is. See you, Cartel. Yeah, Will, this one of my shirts, man. I do a little bit of fashion on the side as well, fashion photography. Guys, follow me on IG at Lapeef JI. Check out some of my work. Got a lot of phone calls. I couldn't take that many phone calls today. A lot of people was calling in. See if I can hit somebody up real quick. Yeah, you called into Lapeef Let's Talk show?
Yes, I did.
All right, you had a question or comment?
Oh yes. My comment is concerning Derek Jackson. Let me turn the YouTube down.
Please do.
Okay. With the Derek Jackson situation, I believe that him and his wife should have kept things private, even though the woman on the side came out saying what was going on. They could have took notes from Beyonce and Jay-Z. Beyonce sister, we all know Solange, she came out and she jumped on her husband in the elevator, but yet Beyonce didn't do an interview or they didn't do a whole thing in front of the world to see. They let it just pretty much go away on its own. The two of them, Derek Jackson and his wife, they didn't owe an explanation. They didn't owe an apology. And sometimes when you're trying to, like they say, trying to save the brand, that was not going to save the brand. They could have got together by themselves. She said she had forgiven her husband, and he also said it as well. So those two should have left between themselves. No matter what was coming out on the internet, no matter what was going on, they know what was going on in their house. And the second thing concerning listening to, should you take advice from a man? Women take advice from a man. I believe you should take advice from a man, because a lot of times women listen to women who have made so many decisions, have poor decision making skills and bad judgment, and therefore their marriages did not last, or they did not marry at all. So women should listen to men, but also from a biblical standpoint, when Tawana said that she have listened to women who were married, it makes complete sense, because everybody on the show seems to have some sort of faith, belief in God or whatever. The Bible does say that let the older women teach the younger women how to be wives, how to be mothers, and to be chaste and give it to little wine. So Tawana listen
but there is
to women.
but there's a possibility that those women are not telling the other women the right thing.
See, but in my that's the thing. The dilemma with that is you have the percentage of women who don't. But in my situation, I grew up always sitting around older women who were married. I mean, my great grandmother's 98 years old, and she had me and my little sister up under her since we was little kids, and we followed her from church to church and being around her, and we listened to older women who buried their husbands. So I grew up around well-married women who buried their husband, in some cases even buried their own children. So I listened to older women, and I saw how they treated their husband, how they honored and respect and submitted their husband, and they were not offended or felt like it was a power struggle because they understood a man's role in the home. So there are women out there who have been married for a long time, and they will tell women. The problem is that the women who are not up under women who have been married a long time and are married in a loving, respectful relationship, these are the women out here doing the ransom. But the women who are actually being led and taught by women, older women for us, when it comes to how to be a wife, how to be a mother, those women are not being heard. It's the women who are pretty much reckless and were taught by women who also were reckless, because that's why I said I agree with Tawana in that instance when she said she listened to older married women, because only an older married woman can really tell you how to have a long lasting relationship with a man and understanding what he needs, not a woman who just had a whole lot of boyfriends, or she had one husband, but yet she left that husband and now she's sitting there just pretty much getting mistreated by other men. It does matter for a woman to understand her womanhood from another woman, but a woman should also listen to a man.
I understand it, but a woman has to have balance as well. mean, it's just like me.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, because I could run into somebody in the streets that's uneducated, might not have the same path that I had, the opportunities that I have, and I could still learn something. So just like on the show, we just encourage people to be open. So when people are hearing information and they shutting it down, it's like, wait, let the person finish. It might be,
they should.
Yeah, it might be something
that.
So I think you take some stuff from the women, but you also have to take some things from the men as well.
Oh yeah, both. I mean, and
so,
for as the
right. So the question was, should a woman take advice, like relationship advice from a man? If you're saying no, then I think that you're part of the problem. But if you come back and say, I think that there are some things you can take from a man, or at times it all depends.
Yeah.
If you didn't have a father growing up, then you might want to try to see. You're not. To me, I don't know who said it, but somebody was like, I think it was Nick. She said that if it's a man that I want to get to learn, then I'm going to listen to him. Some of those guys might not be good for you. So, you trying to listen to them, they may give you some of the wrong information. But I do think that there are men out here. It could be an uncle, it could be a grandfather, it can be, somebody that's in the spotlight. You can take some things. You don't have to talk to somebody to understand how they move. You can just look at somebody's body language, actions.
That's the whole point I'm
right.
saying.
So, for example, like I could be in a room, and I could be in a room like with my wife, and then he could be in a room with his wife, and the other wife, she moving around, talking to everybody, flirtatious, and then you have my wife that's right there, that's knowing how to act. So you don't even have to even have a conversation with them to understand, what you should be doing, like as a wife when you are in a room like that. Same thing. Same thing from a man. Like you may say, well, like his woman is loose. She for the streets. Why is he? Why is he wifing her? So, I just think it just comes with balance, and that's just with any and everything in life.
I totally agree with you. 100%. Both. I was raised up with my dad. My dad taught me things about the things that's attracted to a man, things that's unattracted towards a man, how to carry yourself as well. So it's not just only women, but it's good for women to see other women, older women. I'm not talking. I mean, I'm just one of them people that just grew up under older women. So to see older women who have been married for that young girl to see how she talks to her husband, how she addresses her husband, how she carry herself, how she walk, how she talk. For as instance of, if this is a woman who carries herself virtuously and graciously, it's good for women to see that and to see how a woman reverence her husband in a respectful way, to where the way she conducts herself in any environment is a reflection of what she has on the inside of her. And she's also very conscious of how she reflects her husband, and she will not humiliate him. So all that is important. And of course, a man should, my personal opinion, a man is the leader. He's the head, because that's my Christian belief. He is the head. Yep. So a woman should have a man, a father at first in her life, trying to school her. But if she doesn't have that, most of us who didn't have that, but I did, who didn't have that, we still had uncles, we still had brothers, we still had men in the community, we still had people who was married, even if there wasn't many, you still had one or two on the block that was married for like 30, 40 years. And you saw the way he conducted business. Right. And that was still something you could see, that a woman could see and go, okay, marriage isn't so bad. It is something I want to aspire to be, because there is a percentage of us who the most marriages we've seen were in a church. We may have seen a lot in our neighborhood, but we saw them when we went to church. So, and that put in our minds, well, it really is a good thing for spiritual reasons because of our faith. But men and women should be together. But I also believe that a woman should listen to men, and she should
you got to wrap it up. I got some other callers I want to try to get on.
But she should listen to older married women as well as men, not young women who have never been married. Because I don't know if everybody on the show is married or not, but I know that you just mentioned that you talking about your wife, and I know Anton, I know Thorne is engaged. But women should not listen to women who are not married when it comes to marriage. Okay. And that's all I want to say.
All right. I definitely appreciate you calling in and sharing that good conversation. All right. Got another caller.
Hi, this is Ashley.
Oh.
Hi, this is.
It's not going through. I'm trying to call some of these people that called back. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. You just called.
I did. What's up, JR?
What's going on? Who is this?
This Black Jack.
What's going on? Question or comment?
Much, man. Yeah, I got a comment. Why you let the woman hijack that show like that, man?
Man, they didn't hijack the show.
Yeah, they talked amongst each other. They cut Anton off. Oh, Anton.
I'm sure he'd be all right.
And then she got into her trauma, and that wasn't even part of the topic.
I mean, when you have trauma, it just come whenever. Somebody can have an episode at any given moment, but I'm not sure. I mean, she appears to be having some type of troubles, but I don't want to sit here and judge her. But I am, I'm kind of balanced when it comes to that. I mean, she did put the information out there. I mean, some people don't even have trauma, and they put information out there, and then when people talk about it, they get offended about it. It's like, if you don't want it out there, then don't put it. But definitely it was something going on, and I hope that she gets the help that she needs. We all need help at some point. I mean, I can use some help myself. I'm not saying that I'm struggling. I have more control over it, but I think we all need to speak with somebody because we all are not perfect.
I think that's true. I think that's true.
Some people, I had this conversation all the time, and I understand that me and my mother will never have a real close relationship with certain things because she is who she is. So at some point in time, when you're trying to speak with somebody, see, the good thing about me is I'm able to step outside of my body and just kind of look at myself and see, what it is that I've done or I'm doing, and then understand from a different perspective. Not everybody can do that. So there are some people that are just like walking zombies that you can't tell them nothing, and they're just gonna keep doing it. And at some point in time, it's like, hey, I didn't sign up for this. I can't help you process through this. I know I see it's trouble. I see it's toxic, but I don't want to deal with it. I don't feel like people should be forced to have to deal with things. So when it come, I'm not an expert, so I couldn't really help her process that. I can offer some solutions. You need to speak with somebody and tell you.
But would she have been receiving of it though? Was she at even
I'm not sure. Like a lot of times what I find with people on the show, when they come on the show, a lot of times people say that they out of character, that they didn't really, that person on the show wasn't them. And so they look at it and they learn some things. It's good when you can actually look at yourself, because it's been times we have just straight conversations with somebody. And they say, do you hear yourself? And they still looking at you like you're the fool. Yeah. Or you on the phone with somebody and be like, man, I wish I could record this conversation, because they don't really hear themselves speaking. They don't see themselves acting. And it's kind of too late. You can't just pick up a camera and start recording to kind of throw the whole vibe off. Like, what the hell are you doing? But I'm not sure if she received it. She may. I hope she does. And I'm not one to judge. I just hope that if she is having some issues, that she do speak with somebody. And even if you're not having some issues, it might be some underlying issues that you are not aware of. I'm just hoping that if she didn't receive it on the show, that she can receive it outside of the show.
But she thinks she's happy though. That goes beyond even.
Hey, that's a little deeper than us, brother. I mean, that's
right.
Like, that's something that we can't explain. I know people that they just don't get it. And I know there's a possibility that I could be sitting here saying the same exact thing, and somebody can call me out on my shit. And it's a possibility that I might not be getting it and I don't see it. Mm-hmm. But at least I'm aware that there's a possibility I don't see it. And that's what separates me from a lot of people. And I do see people that I can have conversations with, but the people that I can't, and they think they know it all, you can't tell them nothing, I just stay away. I just say, hey, you do you. I'm gonna respect you. I appreciate you. It was nice meeting you. It was cool talking with you. I just keep it moving.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right on. Hey, can we get Courtney back? And what's her name for last week? I liked her too.
I'll be sure to pass out those extended invitations that you're doing, but every week is unpredictable, man. You never know what you're gonna get, man. My job is that I like to try to give an experience. Nothing is scripted. Like I love Anton, I love Tawana. those are my dogs. And whoever comes on the show as well, we'll just see how it go. So just stay tuned. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And we definitely
Man,
appreciate
I'm already subscribed.
Yeah.
I'm part of the group on Facebook.
The Facebook group is lit. I try to tell people they need to hop on it.
Bro. Hey,
yeah.
Facebook hard, bro. Hey.
It's not for the weak. It's not for everybody. If you're gonna put yourself out
Man,
there, you gotta be willing to have those tough conversations, just like on here. I like want to have those tough conversations. I don't like it being comfortable. I don't care if you get a little ratchet. People be like, man, you need to get some control. I say sometimes you gotta process through certain things. You can't just shut everybody up, can't cancel everybody out. Sometimes somebody gotta tell you that way, or you gotta hear it a different way. So I definitely appreciate you rocking out with us and calling, and I'm gonna get to some of these other calls.
So keep doing y'all thing, man.
I appreciate it.
Hi, this is.
See, every time I call a number back, they want to pick the phone up. Ashley, I think that's you calling. If you are listening, make your phone available. Calling from Google Voice. If you guys haven't, make sure you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel. Make sure that you guys are also hitting the like button as well. Welcome to the Lapeef Let's Talk show. You just called? Yeah, can you hear me? On to the next. Welcome to the Lapeef Let's Talk show. You just called? Somebody got stage fright.
Hello?
Welcome to the Lapeef Let's Talk show. You just called?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Yeah, this is E-Black. This is E-Black.
What's going on, E-Black?
How you doing, man?
How you doing, man? I be seeing you in the comments, man.
Yeah, man. Look, man. Like I told you before on the live, man. You number 2 right now. Y'all fighting for that one. Yeah, man. And another thing, I wish all the crew was here. I just wanted to say I appreciate all their different perspectives. People be going hard on Twana, but you love a person with a backed up, opinionated, and it's not based on anything, So I love that. Like, I love having somebody who's based on their opinion, stands on it, but it's not like all over the place. It's coming from somewhere. And Antoine too, and even your opinion when you come in. So I just want to say that I didn't want to take up too much time.
Oh no, you're not taking no time. I definitely appreciate you. I do see your name in the chats and stuff, so I definitely appreciate the support. And that's just how it got to be, man. I don't like everybody to agree. I mean, I think that you got to have some people that disagree. Otherwise, everybody be saying the same message. Everybody just be saying yes, 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 and then the show will be over.
Yeah, and as Black people, we're so complex, man. I don't even think there's media that can really contain the complexities of Black lifestyle. You have to have like a whole 50 blocks of channels just to get the complexity of Black lifestyle. And it's good to see at least some variations in it, and that's why I love the show. But I kind of wanted, I was disappointed when Tawana was saying that she didn't listen to men, like she wasn't really giving examples. And I was thinking about all the men in our lives. Like, for the first thing I was thinking was a pastor. Most churches have pastors.
Right.
If you're willing to get spiritual information, this is something that's beyond marriage, even though it's part of, even though it's part, marriage is a spiritual bond. But when you're beyond that, when you're just yourself, the individual, you're willing to take that in from that man, but then when it comes to relationships, he has an off bound, it's off limits, and that was kind of like, that was off putting. There's also, you know, like, she's about to get married. If they're gonna go to like some pre-marriage counseling, is that meaning that it's gonna only be a woman? You get where I'm going?
Yeah.
Like, there's so many different individuals that are male based, but because you don't want to secure this one portion of yourself, you're just so like, it's off limits to men. And that was off putting, because then when we go and I'm sorry, man, that's my YouTube about to I'm sorry, I was looking at
Oh no, it's fine.
Instagram. But yeah, man, but like I said, man, it's like, you know, there's some, you know, that was off putting, because it's like, you know, when you're representing the lead woman or the woman, it's just hard sometimes to really, it invalidates a lot of points, because if she's coming hard on a subject, then I say, okay, well, she's not taking any advice from a man. She's not listening, man. And then she's just making the assumptions that men don't have any input in that. And then it makes it, you're totally segmenting 50% of the population in one particular segment of your life. And that's just, you know, you can't do that. Like, as men, we take women's advice. Hey, this is how you treat a woman. This is what women want. This is what women listen to. And we either take it or we don't take it, but at least we listen, right?
Right.
Like, how many times have you listened to a woman say, hey, this is how you should treat another woman? So, and what she's saying is that, hey, as a man, I'm not going to listen to a man talk about how another man wants. So then whenever she has a conversation about men, it's all automatically all put it.
Right.
You know, so it's like, you know, and I think, you know, us as a community, we have to, you know.
We got to wrap it up a little bit. So I got to take another call.
Yeah, I apologize. But man, as a community, we got to get that straightened out. And it does, and the discontent from men, like Kevin Samuels was saying, it's just it's almost absurd. So, you know, hopefully we'll get it together. And like I said, I'll let it show, man.
Okay. Definitely appreciate you, E Black, for calling and always, again, supporting this channel. We definitely appreciate it.
No problem.
All right. Yeah, we most definitely always appreciate the support, man. It's crazy. And everybody calling from all over. It definitely doesn't go unnoticed. He said he's rambling. People keep asking about B Nick's. B Nick's career, and his promotion doesn't really align with the show. So he had to step away from the show. He wasn't fired or anything like that. So that's where B Nick's is. He might come in as a guest in the near future. Hopefully he does. Ashley, you there?
Yep, I'm here. How are you?
I'm doing good. You must have got your phone on Do Not Disturb or either bedtime. Because every time I try to call
You
that
know
number
what?
back,
I did cut. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I completely forgot about that. I had cut it off a little earlier today because I was working. But thanks for taking my call. I did watch a good portion of the show, and it was a great show.
Appreciate it.
But I did want to comment on just a couple of things.
Go ahead.
More so about that question about should women listen to men. I definitely think women should listen to men. Obviously, men have certain needs and certain desires, and if you want to be with a man, you have to listen, right? I completely agree with that. I don't think that every woman should listen to every man, though. I think that you have to listen to the type of man that you are going for, you know, and you have to listen to a man that's level-headed and also fit to be a husband as well. So I think that's important. I also think it's important to consider, you know, just the person's like mindset or their faith. For instance, I don't think a Christian woman should necessarily listen to everything a non-Christian man would say. Some things, yeah, but maybe not everything, because everybody's not trying to live the same life. So to say in general, yes, we should be open. I just think that we have to take things with a grain of salt and just kind of be, try to keep our eyes open as much as possible. For instance, with Derek Jackson, he said a lot of what women just kind of wanted to hear. I don't really think that he was a man that a woman should listen to. I never listened to him. It was just a lot of fluff, but people, a lot of women kind of ate it up. It sounded good to them. So, that's what I'm saying. Basically, we should listen to men, but you got to be careful with who you listen to. Not everybody has good advice.
Yeah, I think that's great information. I mean, I can agree with that. I don't think every man deserves to be listened to, but I do think that if that man that's in front of you is not good, you should definitely not counsel all men out. So,
right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely not. I just think that, a lot of people are out here giving advice, and it's like we're supposed to listen to any and everyone. And I just think you have to be careful with who you listen to. Yeah, so I agree with that. Can I just say something else really fast?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to just give you all something to think about, like what in terms of Nick, I think that unfortunately she did share a whole lot, and I'm not sure this was the place to share it. But I read some of the comments, and a lot of people took it as her looking for pity, or trying to kind of cry the Black woman's story or the Black woman's pain again. And maybe I'm wrong. I would have to rewatch it, that part of the segment. But I didn't really think that she was searching for pity. I thought she was trying to just give another perspective. I think she was trying to say every woman that is walking around a certain way is not that way because of a single mom. And she did say that at one point. I think that's all she was trying to say, is that sometimes there are other reasons too. So it's just, I think she was just giving another perspective. So, I hate that, this wasn't really the place to bring that up, but I do think that Black women and Black men should be able to talk about those things. I don't think it's always coming from a place of, oh, pity me. Sometimes if we don't care, like, who else is going to care? We need to be able to discuss some deep and painful things with each other too. So it's just something to think about. And like I said, I would have to watch the segment over. It's maybe she was just kind of, I don't know. I missed every part of it, but I didn't get every part of it, but I sense that she, because of what she was saying, was just trying to offer a different perspective.
Right. All right. I definitely appreciate you calling. I got other calls just coming in. I appreciate the support.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for letting me call in.
All right. Talk to you.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. You got a question or comment?
Okay. Well, thank you for letting me call in.
Yes, sir. I do.
All right. I'm getting some feedback in the background. You turn on your YouTube?
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it down now. It was a screen.
It's like I heard you before. You called in the show before?
Oh, no, sir, I'm not.
Oh, okay. You sound like somebody that called in before. What's your name and where you calling from?
My name is Ivan. I'm calling from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay. Oklahoma.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm in the Black Wall Street. I'm actually the grandson of a survivor.
Okay.
The 1921 riot. Yes, sir.
All right.
But yeah, I was listening to the show, man. And I see the thing about the Derek Jackson thing. Mm-hmm. The thing I think about that brother, man, is he. I would like to say he's given some good advice, but a lot of it, man, I think he's done a lot of damage because I listened to, like, over the years that he was on before he got found out. I think a lot of the advice he would give women, he never really held women accountable. In my opinion, I think he done more damage because even when I would see issues when women were dead wrong, he would still find a way to spin it and still put it back on the man. And I think the best way you help people is, even though you encourage them, but you hold them accountable
for the part where they fall short at. And I think the damage that he's done to women, and the reason why I hear a lot of women, even with this, of course, all of us are flawed in some kind of way. But I think the damage has been done because I still hear a lot of women, in spite of what he's done or been found out to have done, they still are supporting him because of he fed their egos in a way that I think is unhealthy. Because you hear a lot of women that justify or try to justify, like for instance, I seen a video where he's talking about why women cheat, or the discussion was why women cheat. And even though he said, cheating is wrong and all this, he still put a spin on it and gave the responsibility of the cheating to the man. That she cheated because the man either did this or was lacking this, not just leaving the complete responsibility on her and making her completely accountable all by herself, or women in general. So I've seen a lot of times in a lot of his videos where I think that he was very damaging in that. Damaging to women is not necessarily holding women accountable where they fall short at and giving them a way out versus making them deal with it straight up the way men do it.
Yeah, I also want to say this too. I mean, obviously he was. I haven't watched none of his videos. I think I might have saw maybe like less than a minute, and
yes, sir.
And I didn't watch it, but he kind of reminds me of like a preacher or like a salesman. You walk into the car dealership, they're trying to sell you something. I mean, obviously he was doing something that was working for him. I don't know what his motive was, if he had one, but now that everything is coming out, we can kind of conclude that he might have been doing some pandering. So whether he was doing it or not, I still think that people got to hold themselves accountable too. Like you should never put your all into this like one person to be able to fix all your problems. Sometimes people are, people were going to him and they were listening. And again, I haven't listened to all this, but I can only imagine what some of the videos were saying. If he was uplifting women and trying to put women on game, that wasn't helping them. And for some reason, they decided to take that advice and to run with it. So they got to take some of that blame too, because there's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of books, a lot of videos, a lot of other people out there that are telling you some things. And even on the show, and I always use the show as an example, like I'm not on anybody's side. If you say something,
I listen to y'all show quite a bit.
Right. So if you say something and you have some support and it makes sense to me, then I'm gonna say, well, yeah, I agree with that. There are some certain things that I agree with because it's based off experience, or it's based off of things I've seen that other people has done or other people have been through. And then even still, just because that person goes through something doesn't mean that you're gonna 100% go through it the same way. Like nobody's gonna have the exact same outcome, due to the circumstances. So I just kind of pick and choose. I just kind of take a little bit of here, I take a little bit from over here, a little bit from over there, and then I come up with my own, thesis as far as how I want to process like whatever it is that I need. So the people got to understand that, yeah, he might have said those things, but you were also wrong for believing him and believing all that shit. And
I'll say this. Right.
Go ahead.
He did say some things that was on point. Everything he said wasn't fluff, but it was a lot of it was because even when he would make good points, it was an imbalance. And when you're trying to help people in the relationship realm, you have to hold both parties responsible for where their cause or where they're responsible at for the demise or the cause of whatever's going wrong in relationships. It's never completely one person's fault. And so that's why a lot of women don't like Kevin Samuels, because Kevin Samuels, I know I've heard you all talk about Kevin Samuels. I don't agree with everything Kevin Samuels says, but Kevin Samuels is very correct in a lot of what he talks about, because he doesn't play favorites. He doesn't play favorites between men and women, because I've heard the things that he's hard on men about. Matter of fact, when he was doing his stuff on men, he was way harder on men than he is women now. But you have to be balanced when you're trying to help people where they have to relate to one another. You have to hold everybody accountable. Of course, you can't. You're really not helping. You know, pandering to somebody for whatever reason, you're not helping them when you do that. So, yeah, man, I think this relationship thing between black men and black women, everybody needs to be accountable for the part they're playing for this thing to get better between us. You know, women have to take responsibility where they causing problems, and so do men. But I love y'all show, man. I listen to you all quite often, man, and y'all be Anton and be going at it, man.
Yeah, man. You know, I mean, it's definitely a good show, man. I really believe in where it's going. It's only gonna get better. You know, we got some things in store.
Yeah.
And I can't wait. You know, we're trying to put together some things so that we can go on tour. You know, we can.
Yeah, I'm in y'all group, man. I'm in y'all group on
in the Facebook group.
now,
Yeah,
you know.
everybody talk about the group, man. We definitely appreciate that. And like I say, the group is not
I
for
want to ask
everybody.
you this though.
Go ahead.
Before I go, I got my wife. Okay, you know, my wife passed away a few years back from breast cancer.
All right, sorry.
And you know, we had a long fight, and you know, we had and so our story went viral, man. And I wrote a book, and it's actually I'm almost, you know, if we do publishing and everything, it's a love story dealing with the fight of cancer and how the cancer really helped us really see the real value in each other during the fight of cancer. But the name of the book is I Said I Do, So I Am, My Journey with My Sweet, Sweet Mary, man. And I just want to, when I put it out, man, I really want to, it's about love, and you know, it's a love story, but it's a message in it though. It ain't just this goo goo gaga stuff, because a lot of times people don't really understand, for better or for worse. And so, man, that fight that we had, man, that fight that we went through, you know, my wife, she ended up passing away, and we made our last attempt to save her life in Tijuana, Mexico, at the cancer center there. And she was just too far gone by the time we got her there.
We got to keep it brief.
So
I got other calls I got to get back to.
Huh?
I said we got to keep it brief. I got other calls I had to get to.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. I'm sorry about that. But I appreciate you, brother. I listen to y'all. I tune into y'all constantly. Y'all got some good material, man. So I will be participating in the group.
I appreciate you. Like I really do.
Yes,
I'm not
sir.
just saying. All right. Take care. All right, y'all in the comments say free promo. Probably take a couple more calls and I'm gonna get up off of here. Got somebody calling right now. Lapeef, let's talk. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, it's Jonathan. I called earlier, but I just want to make a quick comment about Derek Jackson real quick, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I feel like the last caller, I think I think he's correct in a sense, but I think that the issue is a lot of people I think are assuming a certain level of reasonableness, and I don't think they see that with Derek. I don't think his ultimate goal, like for example with Kevin Samuels, not only has he stated, but you can kind of see through his interactions that at the end of the day, it seems very clear to me that he's trying to bring men and women back together, right? And they're trying to figure out a way to help women see their delusions, but also help men step up, right? With Derek, I think what's actually evil about him, not even the fact that he cheated or anything like that, is that you could tell now, especially with all the receipts and everything, that he was running on an agenda, right? And I think that's what's actually really messed up about this, is that he had a whole agenda the entire time, and it actually sells for him. It's actually better that women remain single, right? And in relationships that are dead end relationships, because they have more to complain about and they keep coming back to him, right? And so and you can actually, if you go back through his history, you can actually kind of it's kind of interesting to see how he's evolved and how he started, especially on the more toxic thing that he would try to essentially not hold women accountable on. Like, it's actually beneficial for him to sell his books. And you'll notice in the more toxic videos, he always advertises something that he's doing, a course or whatnot. And I think that's actually what's more evil, is that he intentionally was driving women to a place where they're single, where they're upset, where they're bitter, right? And then they could keep coming back to him, and he could keep telling them things that, validate them and whatnot. And they keep buying himself because they keep looking for this fantasy man that doesn't exist, right? And so they'll keep complaining about that man not existing, and they'll keep buying himself. It's actually kind of genius, but it's evil genius. And I think it's really messed up. And so that's actually why, like, whether I like him or not, I would never be happy to see a man getting stomped on, right? But in this case, I think it's just so evil, like the way that he operated. I mean, it's very, it's not even disingenuous. It's just straight up evil.
Yeah. I definitely appreciate you calling in with that. It was good information, good perspective.
No problem.
All right, I gotta take some other calls. Appreciate you calling. Take a few more calls. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Ray Marie calling from Chicago.
Oh, Shuttown in the house. What's going on?
Absolutely. I'm nothing much. How are you doing?
I'm doing phenomenal. I can't complain.
Good. Good. Well, first I'd like to thank you for creating this platform. I love you guys. I love watching all of your shows. I'm in the Facebook group as well.
I appreciate it.
The ladies tonight did give me a little bit of a headache, though. I'm not going to lie. Just the loud mouthing and talking over each other got a little bit of a headache tonight, but you're all good. So I have 2 comments, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So the first one is related to the topics that were addressed tonight, protecting the brand. I know a couple of the ladies on the show and in the Facebook group have been talking about Jackson's wife's appearance. And I didn't have a problem with her appearance. However, I did see one of her videos, and she described her appearance. And she even said the hat or bonnet on her head was her helmet of salvation. She's very religious. So I think people need to lay off this lady's appearance. Clearly, she doesn't see anything wrong with it. That's how she dresses on the norm, unless she's, doing herself up to go out. But she did describe her appearance. I don't know if people saw her Instagram videos when she described what she was wearing. So
I know what you're talking about. I saw it.
Okay. And the second comment I wanted to make was the high value men cheat.
Hold on. Can we go back to that first point you were trying to make on the first question? I didn't get the point. What was the point you were making? That you didn't see, that you didn't have an issue with what she had on?
Yeah, I don't know why people even keep clowning her. I know I think Nick on the show tonight was saying that how she would have, dressed the baddest, and I guess in order to protect their brand, she should have dressed a certain way. And I've also seen people in the group say that's why she was cheated on, because look at how she's dressed and look at how his mistresses were dressed. And I'm like, that has nothing to do with it. Man wants to cheat, he's going to cheat. But anyway, she did describe why she chose to wear what she had on or whatever. She didn't see anything wrong with it. So people just need to lay off.
I've been kind of hush about it. It's like something wrong with her though. Was it just me? It seemed like something.
No,
I mean it could be hurt. I don't know. It could be, but something just seems off. I don't know. It was just I was listening to her and she was talking. I don't know. Something didn't seem right. I think it's a lot deeper than what we really think it is. Right now, I think that he's trying to protect his brand. I don't think he even have anybody in his ear that's addressing the situation as far as how he should handle it. He needs some PR. Definitely. He's doing everything on his own. And he's panicking. He don't know what they have, what they found out, what they got on him. I mean, that girl really gave it to him. And then she came out, what was it, yesterday? About the surgeon. I was just like, man, just keep going downhill from it now. But there's definitely an opportunity for him. I don't know how he's going to address it, but right now he doesn't seem like he's even in the right space to be able to capitalize on an opportunity or create an opportunity out of this situation. It just seems like he's just, I don't know.
Well, I mean, everyone's talking about it, so he's getting some publicity from it. And I think his book is still selling because people are nosy. They want to know more about this guy and how they overcame, the cheating and infidelity in their relationship. So I look at it like it could be a win-win for him. Unfortunately, he didn't lose his family, and he might just capitalize from this negativity that's in his relationship, but he might come out on top from it. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. What's your second question?
Yeah, my second comment was just about the high value men cheat topic. I really hated this topic when I saw it come up because I think we talk about high value men way too much these days, ever since Kevin Samuels, or maybe it came before him, but that's when I noticed this topic coming up more. I just think that all types of men cheat. He doesn't have to be a high earner. He doesn't have to be high value. All type, I'm not saying all men, all type of men cheat. It could be someone who's unemployed, to someone who's a blue collar worker, to someone who is a multi-millionaire. I just think that all type of men cheat, not just high value. Now, I do agree that high value men do have more options. They do. They, like Anton was saying before, more than just Anton, everybody agrees that women kind of throw themselves more so at the high value men. Is more readily available, accessible to them, other than someone who might be unemployed or only making $30,000 or $40,000. However, just because someone's making $30,000, $40,000 does not mean that they are not going to cheat on you. The young lady, actually 2 young ladies on your show tonight, revealed that they had infidelity within their marriages, and neither husband was a high value man. So I just think that we're giving false hopes to these women. Oh, okay, you don't get a high value man, go get a regular average Joe Schmo who's driving the garbage truck or a janitor, and you don't have to worry about those things. No, you still have to worry about those things, even with the average man. However, I think the difference is, I agree, a lot of women probably will stick around if that money was there, because most women are not willing to just walk away from $1 million as opposed to someone making $13 an hour.
I think that they was addressing the question. The question was particularly talking about high value men. So it wasn't talking about everybody else. I mean, I'm fully aware that men cheat, women cheat. It doesn't really matter the value. But when it comes to high value men, I think the problem with Derek Jackson is that he wasn't open and honest. I believe if he was open and honest in the beginning, as far as the type of man that he wanted to be, then I don't think that he would be in this situation. And like a lot of guys, and I mean, including myself, if you just be upfront about the things that you want, even your expectations within a relationship, if you are upfront in the beginning, then you won't run into any issues. 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to say it's going to be perfect, but at least there's an understanding, if how you're going to roll. And then that other person can make that decision whether they want to be. And I think that if you are a high value man, and I don't think that he was, to me, when I looked at the pictures, it looked like they was together when they was in high school. So it looked like she's been the one that's been around from the very beginning. I think that as he began to gain success, he started having emotions come to him. So I don't think that he was able to set a tone in the beginning. But if they've been married, how long they been married? What, about 4 years? You said about 4 years they were married. Okay, something like that, like 4 or 5 years. If you would have had put that out there, like, I'm not ready to get married, I still want to go out and do my thing, then they wouldn't be in that situation. But everybody cheats, but I just think that women have to understand that with certain high value men, well, mostly all of them have women throwing their bodies themselves to them. Like they want to be a part of that thing. They want to attach themselves to them. And, guys that have status, or you don't even have to be, it's not about money. I mean, you can be like a damn party promoter and everybody fucking know you and you consider like high value. Right. People want a part of that success. People like the fact that when you go out to city, you're this big promoter and they see you in the pictures with everybody, they want to be attached to that. So with that being said, you got to understand that a lot of women are going to be after them. And there's a possibility that you might be number one when he gets home, but the possibility he might have 2 or 3s. So just understanding that. So I can see where it can help women, like the message can help women, like, okay, I see a high value man. He might not express that this is the lifestyle he wants, but at least I have an understanding of what to expect before I hop into this relationship. And so that's how I think that message would benefit. It's not saying that all high value men are like that. I mean, I'm not saying I don't think every high value man is like that, but even if they're not like that, they still have a lot more temptation. Somebody that's an average Joe might not have like that much attention. And if they did, depending on who they are, it might not be to that status, because we got to be honest with ourselves. Like a lot of women, like they envy, like they want to be like the Beyoncés or the Sweeties, Cardi B's, and I'm talking about how they are with money. Like when they see them, they kind of stoop down because they feel like they're not on that level. So when you're a high value man and you getting this type of reaction with these, bottle chicks, these models, these Instagram stars, and you getting all this attention, it's a different ball game then. So when they're comparing themselves now to the elite, so to speak.
I agree. But may I ask you a question? So I'm not sure if you consider yourself high value man or not, but I'll just say you are one. So would you find it okay to go to your, let's say, now wife and say, you know what, or prior to you all getting married, I am going to play the field a little bit. I'm a high value man. This is what I want. This is what I expect. Would you be able to handle her saying, no, I'm not with that? Would you be willing to risk the love that you have for her to continue to have your options? Will it ever be okay for a high value man to say, I'm too much in love with this woman to step out on her?
We're talking about love. I mean, love is love. I mean, it's a different when you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody. You can love a lot of people, but it's a difference. I mean, if you're saying that you want to be able to like mingle, like I've seen men that love like multiple women, but they don't cherish them all. Like they don't value all of them like the right way. And I think that it comes with time. If you're telling somebody, hey, I'm not ready to settle down, I'm ready to play the field, then I think that she would respect that more than you playing the field behind her back. Those are things that I've learned, through experience and just understanding women. Like you always had that woman that will respect that man, and even might give him a second chance, either go back to him or something like that if you've been always 100 with her, and that's just real. So I think that if you just like a high value man doesn't have to, like he shouldn't have to lie. And again, I don't think Derrick Jackson probably is not, well, he needed some training because he is high value now, but he wasn't always that way. I'm pretty sure as he became more like successful, there's a lot of things that he missed. He wasn't coached right. He just kind of was taking it as is because he didn't have his shit in order. I don't know like what man would actually take like the woman back to the house. I don't know how, there was no NDAs. I mean, nobody signed anything. When you at that status where you got verified and you got 800 and something, 700 and something, follows on Instagram, you need to roll a little different. You got to protect your brand. So he was sloppy with a lot of stuff, which made me think that he wasn't moving in the right direction. Or either it looks like he's doing something well, but behind closed doors, he's not. So, I mean, that's his life. I'm not here to talk about it, but all I know is that the reality of it is that women have to be understanding how much attention that a man gets. And it's going to be up to that man how disciplined he is, whether he might be one of them high value men that don't give a damn about how you feel, or he might be one of them high value men that like doesn't want to settle down. But a lot of women had all these high expectations as far as like what they want with these men, and no men not on that. You can't force a man to settle down with you or to be with you.
True. All right. Well, thank you for taking my call. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. I definitely appreciate the support. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel.
Oh, I am.
All right. Follow me on IG too at Lapeef, JR.
I do already.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
Definitely appreciate you guys still rocking with me. Can't believe it's 11:50 already. I'll probably take one more call. Let me get up off of here. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Sim, man, we had the Royal Rumble tonight, didn't we?
Oh yeah, like your third time calling, man. What's going on?
Man, I love the show. That's all.
Somebody just got through popping in on the screen. I don't know who this is. What's going on? You got a comment or question?
No, I was just wanted to ask you, man. Like on the topics we're talking about, like when we talk about the roles of men and stuff. The
I
reason
can't
why I think
understand you.
those.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying I want to ask you, like, when we have these broad statements about like just because the men should lead and all this, I want to get your perspective. Do you think just because you're a man, like every man is qualified to lead? Because that's ridiculous. Like some of these dudes are really stupid. And you think just because they're men, they should be the head of anything, let alone a household?
Well, again, like when we talk about men on the show, we are talking about men that have common sense, that's in a position to be able to lead. That's you don't have to be a high value man to necessarily lead, but you have to be a man of substance. A man that's doing things, that's making a positive effect in people's lives, that's active father in the kids' lives, that's actually protecting, like the women. So I just think that you just got to be a certain type of person. So, and a lot of people miss that. It's their upbringing. If they didn't have a father to be able to explain it like that, if they didn't have any role models, if they, was in the streets. So I think that there's an opportunity for people to be able to learn how to lead, whether it be through books, whether it be having a mentor, whether it be getting saved in the church, like whatever that looks like. I think that there's an opportunity. To answer your question, is everybody qualified to lead? No. But I do believe that a man should always lead. Under no circumstance should a man be following. The man should be always at the top, and he should be the one leading.
But don't you think that a good leader knows how to follow as well? Because if your woman, let's say you're not the smartest guy when it comes to finances, and but you got lucky enough to get a woman who's got a degree in financial situations, wouldn't it be smarter for your couple and your family to, in that category, I'm not saying everything, but let her lead so that your family could prosper? Or just say, well, just because I'm the man, I'm going to do it regardless, and put your whole family at risk?
I'm gonna answer this question honestly. Like what I do on my off time is I'm always researching. I'm always trying to learn. If I see that my woman knows a lot about that, I'm gonna take the information in, but I'm gonna elevate it within myself so that she's not constantly telling me this is how you do it. I'm gonna learn the process. I'm gonna take what she tells me, but I'm always still making sure that I'm able to be better than that. So that's me. That's how I look at things. I don't want to say that a woman would ever lead. Like she would look at me, and I'm going to respect her opinion or her information if it makes sense. But she will always have the understanding that I'm the head. So whether she's giving us information, I'm gonna take it because obviously I chose her to be able to, be able to trust to take that information. But it's not going to be like I'm just going to fall back and be like, oh, I'm just going to let you do this. No, what are you doing? Okay, how do you do this? Okay, cool. And then I'm gonna take that, because if she decides to leave or somehow she can't do it, then I got to be able to know how to do it. So the more information you pour, that's why I started buying. Like I just bought a couple books. I want to put more information inside of my brain so that I can articulate better conversations. I can, network better. So whatever it is, I think the more information that you have, that's how people be able to teach and be able to speak and come on the podcast and be so knowledgeable, because people read, people seek the information, people not just hiding up under the rock, not doing anything. You got to keep pouring into yourself. Even at this age, you still got to be pouring into yourself. So I'm not going to just fold and just say that this woman is just going to be good in this area. Okay. I'm going to take the information and I'm going to be 10 times better with it.
Oh, I definitely agree with you. I just think the collective, I mean, you're a different type of dude, and so is Anton, and, for those type of guys. But
a lot of guys be out here losing because they not. I'm sorry. I mean, we want to pretend like we could save them all. Everybody ain't that bright, man. And then the thing is, they try to take on, I think, this hierarchy of what you guys are saying, which can work. I'm not saying anything against it, but they're trying to take that position when, quite frankly, they'll never be able to do it. And I just think it's a bad strategy to just make it a blanket thing for everybody, because every dude cannot do it. And that's just the reality.
Yeah, but I do think that it's certain teachings that need to be taught, need to be spoken on. So like I definitely appreciate like the Antons and the Kevin Samuels, because you know, if you listen, like they are putting out like messages that are valuable. It's not like you're telling somebody something that's wrong. It's like, okay, the information that they're telling you can elevate you. And I'm not saying that every man is perfect. You know, it might be something Anton or Kevin or whoever you listen to might say something that you might 100% agree with. It's cool. But I like the fact that people are speaking up. When people have platforms or they put in positions to be able to like uplift whatever it may look like, because who's to say that we doing it right? We don't know. So I just like different variations of information coming to me, and then let me be able to figure it out. So instead of saying that it doesn't make any sense, it's like, okay, I try to understand why they thinking that way. You know, why they think like that. I mean, I have a lot of similar views, or I would want somebody to look at me and be like, you know, why is Jay out thinking like that? You know, does he have a problem? Because there'd be so many times I have conversations with people and they'd be like, oh, like you think you know everything, or you think you this. And I tell people I don't know everything, but if it's something that I do know about, I'm gonna speak on it. I'm gonna speak up about it. I'm gonna tell you. And it's gonna be up to you what you do with the information. I'm never trying to force nobody to learn anything or to understand anything. You know, that's between you and your brain. I got too much shit going on to be sitting here worried about if you can figure this out or not. There's a lot of stuff I'm trying to figure out myself. So I just to sum it up, just embrace information. You know, whether you agree with it or not. Try to understand why that person think that way, because you may be doing it wrong.
I definitely agree with you. I'll hit you up later, bro.
All right, appreciate it.
All right.
What's going on, Mr. Research?
How you doing, brother? Appreciate you letting me come up real quick. I know you're about to shut it down. Let me touch down on that you just said in a different way, even though that was excellent and outstanding that you broke for him. But for other people, let me just say it like this. Dudes complain because they don't research enough. Dudes spend a lot of time complaining about what don't go right 5 years later. What the question that the brother just asked is great, but he's not looking at the 5-year, 10-year model like most people do in business or management or what have you. What you just explained was, hey, bruh, don't put yourself in a position where you may be mad later. Mm-hmm. And if you're going to sit up here, put anybody in a superior position, then now you've just gave away power. Now, it might not backfire, but now you in might not land. Now you in maybe if could be possibly land. And then if something go left, now you one of these dudes on YouTube making a 4-hour video about how Lapeef ain't shit, Mr. Research ain't shit. But wait a minute, you put that person in the position, you put that girl in the position. So these are levels of the game that dudes got to understand. Because one thing is true that he did say, there are a lot of dudes who are boys who haven't achieved nothing on their block, let alone they state. And so they come into these lanes where we got connections and we got legacy situations going on. And then they think they can rub shoulders with us. And it's like, hold on, man. Hold on, bro. I'm from the hood too, but we in a different area right now. It's all about image. Stop what you're doing right now. And that's the problem. It's, last thing, it's kind of like back in the days in the hood where certain people came on the block and then they end up getting hurt or shot or whatever because they couldn't control their mouth, or they couldn't control certain things that they would do to bring attention to themselves. It's the same thing. It's the very same thing. So you'd never want to do that. And that's another reason that make women real mad and upset, is because women get misled on dudes saying, yeah, we can do it all together. Okay. Then when that happens, now she feels powerful. Now you mad because you are 40% and she done took over 60 on the sly. That's all I want to say, man.
All right, I definitely appreciate that information. I appreciate you calling.
Appreciate it.
All right. All right, you guys. Again, it's been a pleasure rocking out with you guys tonight. It's been 4 hours and 30 minutes, almost 5 hours I've been on here. I'm tired, but I definitely had to give you guys this great show tonight. Until next time, play this little music for a little bit for y'all. Rock out.
I don't care.
still like this video, this live, still like it.
Yeah.